ideally, I wouldn't use Camtasia by any means. This is ridiculous. I would just use voice recorder in combination with some photos. You'd stitch that together with Unity somehow, and here you go. But I can't afford like any software right now like that. Even if it exists for free, which I checked and it doesn't. Right now, I'm just not into that, I guess. I mean, I checked it. It doesn't have the software. But Unity and programming in general can fix your fucking life, basically. Whatever you're doing. If you have a specific pattern of work that you have to do, it will fix that. Obviously, it's called automation. And we should know about that already. Except it's not happening. We're not exactly like trying to automate games. We actually have to deal with the government, which prevents automation and treats it like cheating. I am gonna back off because that was last video. I hate government. And I hate this prevention of technological advancement, while at the same time it also kind of allows that to happen in the first place. Because there's always this huge war between technology and science. Apparently, barely discovered right now. Because technology is against government, and government owns science. Government owns all the information that makes basically things possible for intimidation, for business, for big business basically. Because big business also wants to have scientists on their side, creating crazy non-technological things, but things that are basically scams that promise something that cannot be delivered. And my problem was that in order to just remove all the scams, obviously cut off from the government as much as possible, because it's just a death sentence if you ever become a part of it. It's about being evil, basically. There's absolutely no dodging being evil and being a part of the government at the same time. It's like this evil organization that has to exist because of the yin and yang principle. There's going to be a lot of people who give up their lives and turn to the dark side. And the life still goes on. Day and night still happens and still turns around. But you don't belong to like the good side. The good side that kind of matters, that has all the meaning in their hands. You might hold all the power and all the unknown cards, basically, but I hold the fucking heart that wants to enjoy the game. So shut the fuck up, Hearthstone. You're not coming out of this recycle bin, okay? You're gonna be here for a long time. Yes, it's just a link. It's just a shortcut that I put in there. But it's a pretty big deal, because now I cannot click it that easily. I have to click a recycle bin. I'm not gonna click that. It's trash. And it's not like I have Hearthstone 2 and I want to play it. It just... I loved Hearthstone because I'm so familiar with it. Right? That's the biggest problem that the game actually has. You get addicted to it out of familiarity. And I can't say anything bad about like old school YouTubers. There are familiar faces that still trying to operate today, and every single time they come back, they probably swing back in attention quite a bit, and it might be even difficult for them to survive that sort of attention, because the attention is evolving as well. It actually asks for more and more. It puts a lot more pressure than ever before in YouTube's history. And for me, opening up an idea that shadow market exists gives me another idea that people want a lot of things and they just can't actually get those things, and sometimes they even forget of what kind of solutions are possible out there and what you could wish for and it could come true, essentially. All the possibilities open up when the shadow market is mapped out, and now it's turning to be my biggest job, I would say, because shadow market also has all the capture pieces, or I would just call them big pieces, clues of like power, right? That every team holds some kind of clue. They are connected in some kind of manner, and if you scratch all that and investigate the essence of the team, the bonding essence, you get that big piece that you can use to continue mapping shadow market, basically. Something like that. It's just a piece of power, a piece of something that people would want. Like when you really ask yourself what people want, is like love, happiness, passion for work, or just activity that you would be passionate about. Like, it's great. Somewhere to, not to be bored, to have friends. Like some simple concepts like that, which are very expensive in the shadow market, by the way. You actually have to experience the negative in order to experience the positive. Meaning that you actually have to experience the absence of those things, or have to experience the teasing and how much you actually would want it, and then the absence. But that's the only way that you can kind of prime yourself to get those things, is if you really want it. And the teasing is enough to make you even imagine your future with those things, because then you really put a lot of effort, basically, I would say, into making not necessarily those things a reality, but preparing yourself, preparing basically the ground, doing the groundwork where you can see the plans, and it will grow naturally. That's all we ask for in the shadow market. Just be prepared. You will get everything you want. Just be prepared, because it's kind of a lot of work, but you're gonna be able to do it if you can appreciate what you get. That's it. It's like a god market at that point, but it's shadow market because we don't want to interfere with government business, and we have to give up because they're still terribly powerful. So we have to like play around this whole, well, mage control decks, basically. That's what it is right now. Fucking mage government on Hearthstone explains everything. Shit. Yeah, I can't wait to establish shaman market. I'm so sad. I'm almost ready to come back into my trash bin. Every single time, man. It's like, what kind of shaman can I build? Shaman, the most diverse class ever. Oh my god. Ridiculous. Because they can overload themselves for a nice effect, and that is just good enough. When you have something, when you can drop value early, all of a sudden you hold the board. You have all the control of the game. So technically, Shaman is pretty fucking busted. I might just not know how to play it, but at the same time, I'm kinda... I have too many temptations, let's put it that way. I do have a temptation to rage on the game, when I see too much of the same fucking shit, and it's obviously getting boring. And just trying to find entertainment is not actually easy. Very much not easy. And what I just explained is like priming yourself to get a lot of things. That stuff is not easy either. Because I'm poor, because I don't have a lot of stuff, it actually primes me pretty well. When I see, it's like jealousy is actually virtue and not some kind of a negative thing. It's just how you treat jealousy and how you shouldn't like bottle up against someone. You should just hold it as like, yeah, I also want it. I also should have it in the future, right? If karma exists at all, if justice exists, and if justice doesn't exist in the world, there's no reason living. Like, you can give up easily, and you'll be happy with that. As bad as it sounds, if there's no hope, there's no hope. You can't make that up. That's one thing that you cannot make up. Is fucking hope. You can try different things, and they could be hopeful, but you can't just rely on them. Hope is pretty brutal. It kind of doesn't exist. It exists in a very spread out manner, because there are a lot of random events that are happening everywhere. So you need to be hopeful about that. But you know when you are completely hopeless. You know that. Anyways, with that said, yeah, a lot of has been going on. I mean, this whole thing has been evolving and dragging me through. I'm just sitting there. I'm entertaining myself as hard as I possibly can. But I'm also trying to do something productive. Establish my team. Establish my intention to be somewhat important on YouTube. Okay, it's pretty big deal to try and be important without necessarily doing the traditional work of like, I'm gonna be on camera, I'm gonna be showing some good behavior, some clean behavior, edit my videos, all that shit. I'm not gonna do any of that traditional stuff, and I'm still expecting for a similar result, because what put people into fame is not exactly what they think it is most of the time. Most of the time there are plenty more rules that you actually have to follow in order to succeed. So I'm trying to discover those rules, and as I'm doing this work, right, and I'm discovering the rules for myself, and it's very difficult to trust those rules because as the thing gets more established, it's very difficult to accept new truths, basically. So I'll basically have some kind of wonderful advantage against other people, which is totally fine for me. It's really fine. Yeah, like, it doesn't have to be Totem Shaman, but you have to have that combo in your deck, basically. The card draw and the lackey generation. You just kind of have to have it at that point. What I mean by that is that you can find principles, like the idea that I like Shaman took me quite a while to figure out. And when it really shake the meta, when I really fucking touched the meta game and impressed a few people, I hope, with Conceit Shaman, like, that was a big deal for me. That was like a solidifying moment that I loved this class. Back in the day I was like trying Mill Rogue, and trying very, very hard at it. I'm not gonna lie. Until I was realizing that if you combine tempo with combo, like a very heavy combo, package, but kind of small. You can still have a pretty good deck that when you jump into a control matchup, you still have a tool that you can win with by milling your opponent. It doesn't guarantee that you win, but it does very much help. Because back in the day, control decks wouldn't generate cards, they would draw cards. So that would have been a lot more different. Nowadays, trying to mill an opponent wouldn't actually work that easily. Yeah, the game definitely got a lot harder, but I don't think it changed what Shaman is. The identity of Shaman is still very much solid, groundbreaking class. Even better than Demon Hunter, because Demon Hunter is still very much not flexible at all. It's just kind of combo and barely tempo, and that combo kind of sucks because you just go face with a bunch of damage cards. I mean, who cares about that? But yeah, you can tell I'm trying to constantly tighten things together, look at the bigger picture, not like science. Maybe I'm trying too hard at the very big picture, and like seeing the government isn't like necessarily a big deal. Maybe just ignoring it completely, and knowing that something like that exists is a better perspective. But right now I'm kind of okay just perceiving entirety of the world and just knowing the map as it is. Maybe not being too judgmental, because we don't know what the world actually looks like because we actually never seen it. There's certain things that we still can't let ourselves believe, and that's why science is a religion. It's people telling you things of how things are, and it's believable. It's a cool story. You can listen to stories, you can listen to storytellers, but there's a lot of those people, and how are you going to discern truth from lies? You have to listen to all kinds of sources, not just people who are working very hard on cracking the stories, because your eyes can trick you. Your eyes can tell you lies. It's just pretty fucking easy. The way reality works doesn't necessarily mean that's how it works. It could be completely different when you start thinking about, like, what is a heart attack? You just die, potentially. Like, that's a pretty big deal for you, and you are the only consciousness that matters to you at the same time. Once your ability to observe and use your body diminishes, it's game over. Right? Nothing matters at that point. Nothing I've said or you have heard matters. You're just dead. And government doesn't matter, your friends doesn't matter, nothing matters anymore. You enter a completely new stage of life, which is death, whatever that means. So if nothing suddenly everything doesn't matter, there has to be like this fine grading, a ratio, a slider, basically, that we call feelings, right? And if the slider is on 1, everything matters. We're very sensitive. We feel everything. We're like on drugs, basically. We're open up to all kinds of experiences. We become very active and kind of out of control. But once we traumatize ourselves enough and we have a lot of things to think about, we start to ignore a lot of other things that would be happening and start focusing on things and putting them together. So our ability to be sensitive is actually diminishing. Our ability to, respond to whoever is talking to us or whatever. Like, we're trying to make sure that things don't matter so we can focus and feel less, but be able to think and observe specific things a lot more. So you can see how it's adjustable. The matter within you is adjustable by the slider of feelings and how fast they flow within you. It is important. Important to understand what life and death means and how it shuts you down from everything, and how that sort of idea reveals everything about what's actually important. Perspective is very important. The way you manage your feelings is very important. But there's one thing I'm missing as a conclusion here. I can't put it together just yet. Oh yeah, I was talking about reality. So what does it say about reality now? Although reality is very consistent, the way you feel adjusts reality as well, right? That's the important part of how meaningful reality is and what are the meaningful parts within reality. Like, that is pretty important, right? And it's all within you. That adjustability is within you. You can share, you can say I love someone and then you adjust according to that person, but it's still within you, and no one is really capable of breaking that system at the moment. Otherwise we would be encountering some kind of magic, a magical love, where you're so connected you automatically adjust to that person even though you're separated somehow. Like, that would be magic. But it's probably possible. Probably everything is possible within reason. Anyways, because, you know, when we're talking about possibilities, you still have to come up with the possibility. There still has to be a definition of thought to create a possibility, and by creating a possibility, you might negate other possibilities. It's a very tricky process of playing God, basically. But it's probably possible. Probably everything is possible, but the quest is to figure out how is it possible. And that's where I want to end this discussion as an introduction to round 5. Let's prepare numbers. Let's prepare Scott Pilgrim universe, and I still haven't actually jumped into Linkin Park yet, so we're gonna do that alongside everything else, I'm sure. But we kind of don't have hope to defeat these guys, and everyone else is just kind of frozen anyways. I really don't care about Gabby Hanna at all. Like, I just don't. There's a lot of criticism that's probably piling up, and I'm not recognizing it because I don't have much to say about these people. At least they're not supporting government, and it's so easy. Creators almost can't do it necessarily. Almost everything that belongs to government belongs in the lowest tier, basically. And yes, it's tier 1, it's lowest tier, and you cannot. You can be like a higher up based on how well you work for the government, but you still cannot really tier up, like, at all. Regardless whether you have a business, whether you have anything, because everything just falls apart in reality. Whatever is the creation of the government is a fiction in reality. You have to understand how it works. It's very funny, though. Very funny. So, the reason why you have to understand it is because you have this fake power, or a fake source of power that everyone feeds from, but they want to face you as an enemy, or me as an enemy, and I can identify a lot easier what actually belongs to government and what happens to be fiction at the same time, an illusion of power. And they don't stand a chance once you poke those holes, once you figure out their weaknesses and how empty they are in their lives. Once you figure that out, you probably win the game. So right now, that's how you beat the meta game. Figure out identify a government, and that's it. Or government control, government ownership, all that stuff. That's why it was so important for me to rant around the topic, but now I kind of poked of what I was trying to do. I'm not always ready to deliver this type of content, so I believe this introduction was badass. We can move on and just grab the points and set it all up right now. So from round 6, we have Lauren, Farbat, Rumi. I pushed in Seth Bling instead of Goomba. Justine, Ricky, and Shane. AVGN actually won second place, which is kind of surprising to me because I'm not necessarily into AVGN content. I'm even like super curious how this all happened, but I probably got sucked into the content so easily, and there's those little technological things that you can just appreciate, and so much nostalgia and just so much exploration of just simple games. That to me is actually very appealing, and I think by the time I revisit his channel, I should be able to tell you exactly what is so compelling. Alright, so the 5 most powerful places of round 5 marked by apples. And we have AVGN at second place. The Smaj Boy, or a Playboy, at third, alongside with Ricky from HGO, and Justine, 5th. Very close. Now, Lauren actually isn't performing very well and could fall down all the way down and switch things around yet again and just kind of lower the team's overall performance, because if Leah goes up in one round, all of a sudden beating the first higher orange would push her down to 5th place technically. Like, that's a pretty big dump. So Lauren has to like stick her foot here, or I made a huge mistake and she's not actually that powerful. Now that she left the internet, disappeared after a few documentaries, and I don't think she did. She had such a powerful presence in the first place. The problem comes when I can relate to her quite a bit, but even then it doesn't actually work, because she has just slightly different personality, and that kind of breaks everything. I can't just fully relate to a person like that, especially when she likes being active a lot more than being passive, and that puts her in a completely different path that I don't necessarily understand. I just understand her perspective of like trying to be smart about it, but that's about it, right? It's a weird world that we're gonna dive into, trying to save a person from dipping down entire team in score, but at the same time, these guys are rivals. I probably shouldn't care. I probably should just let them drown in their own egos of how they started. Scared us, but you know, now that we have an opportunity to scare back, might as well take it. Scott Pilgrim universe is huge. It's enormous. It scares me actually, because movies are sometimes accelerating forces of all kinds of stuff. Like, you have no idea what you're gonna find in the movies. There's a lot of points basically to be had, And there's probably a lot of corners of the universe I haven't explored yet, because Scott Pilgrim kind of introduces a lot of actors all together that have their own, like, uh, how to put it, signature movies. That's what I wanted to say. They have like special movies that remind you the flavor of Scott Pilgrim, and reliving that flavor is everything that I want, right? You have a perfect movie and actors who kind of prepared for that movie themselves, like kind of just naturally came together, which is like absolutely beautiful. Uh, and that's what I'm expecting to happen essentially now, which is 2020. Someone just naturally recognizes the end of the decade and the opportunity that they can put up some kind of crazy movie. I want it. Okay. I got my eyes peeled out, and the moment. Oh boy. I'll start looking for it. I'll again dedicate a special episode just for the search of 2020 Matrix. I know it's there. It might be on YouTube though, but I don't think so yet. I think movies are still popular enough to where a good movie is being made, but maybe it's more than meets the eye, right? It's probably not series. It's probably still a movie because I was so impressed, right? And it didn't give me any leads to anything specific, any platform that is rising from the ashes, or just new and very welcoming. YouTube is not one of those movie-free platforms yet, absolutely not. But anything could become, actually, with just the ability to ignore copyright laws and just upload movies. All of a sudden, you can organize a pretty interesting set of, or like a platform that promotes movies in a much more interesting way and much more effectively. Who knows? Who knows? Everyone is vicious to keep those automated platforms away from us. We do not get beautiful technologies developed because government, because money. We want your money. We can't give you all the technology. Are you kidding me? What? But if you're patient enough, eventually it's gonna come. So eventually their grip is gonna loosen up, and they're gonna drop some bombs and opportunities, and we're gonna find it and deal with it, government. Fucking deal with it. Let's go now. Let's jump into round 5. Okay, so we are effectively winning against the rest of YouTube, the rest of the world influence right now. They are called influencers after all, so you have to be aware of the total score that they have versus what we have, and we have a lot. But it's not like they cannot catch up. It's 400 points difference. One thing I realized just now as I'm doing this event, I'm like, yeah, I'm kind of connected with Ariana. I do have a bad eyesight and everything. I am pretty weak creature myself, even though my height is a little bit bigger, and probably I have muscles like every man does, but not as much. Okay, I feel kind of little shit, but I can relate to Ariana for some reason. Okay, but when she did the Thank You Next, the music that just kind of evoke into her powers and just kind of push her into this world that I have, and she kind of helped me create it. For me, Thank You Next felt like a very grammatically wrong sentence. Okay, what does that mean? Did she really mean that, period? I mean, comma. This thing after thank you. And that said next. expecting a next relationship to just happen just like that. She wasn't singing about it. She was singing about relationship with herself, which means she doesn't expect a next relationship to just, you know, thank you, next. Unless, obviously, she was breaking up with some crazy dude, right? And I shouldn't take any credit for this at all. But it is one of those. It could mean one of those times, like, thank you, next, please. Then I would understand. But for me, it was, I am Guru next, okay? I am next. Whoever that might be. And I am waiting for a relationship. Forever, okay? So, it's kind of natural that she just fell into my world. And at the very right time, let's put it that way, I was immediately inspired. First through radio, it was giving me the vibes basically, and then it evolved and fully formed in Discord, where I just accumulate all the thoughts basically, and everything that does not happen in Discord, just I simulate in reality or just think about it. So yeah, that was a pretty interesting deal there. And then Seven Rings kind of made me interested. Why is the number 7 so important? Why is it rings? What's the point? What is the point of bragging all of a sudden? Is it yet another one of those times of like, I broke up with some fucking asshole and now I'm super happy, I have to brag about it, you know? But for me, it was like, what is this? 7 is a pretty magical number. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, she is sitting in round 7 and waiting until that happens. And she's an ace, not. I mean, she's a joker, not an ace yet. But another deal that's gonna happen if we win, and especially if we win against everyone else. First thing that's gonna happen, we'll take over. Well, our entire team is gonna take over. I'm not sure if that would happen if. Yeah, I probably don't think that would happen if we win only round 9. If we win round 8, I have to think about it actually. But you know, when you're in round 9, something else happens. Only secret weapons fight each other and determine whether our team is evil or not. But at that point, we probably don't have enough power to even infiltrate other teams and actually turn them into something of our own, but still not necessarily fully our own. I'm not even sure at this point. Yeah, I'm getting so confused just by trying to figure it out. So obviously this will take a while. What's going to be the consequence of this whole event? Because we're probably going to win against the world anyways, and we're not going to pull out secret weapons. So secret weapons don't actually matter. The next thing that would normally happen, and what I wanted to do and what I wanted to talk about, is, as I've mentioned, every team has its own identity. And one of the cool things that you can do is like establish a school in every team and treat it as such, as like you have to climb the ranks and occupy the highest space within those ranks. Something like that. Now I'm thinking like, okay, if you do have to use a secret weapon, you can actually take down teams by force. Still, just disarm every single team, but you still have to do that, and then you proceed with that process of growing your teammates in this. You basically turn turn the rest of the YouTube into soil where you can grow your dreams. Let's put it that way. Fuck that other mentality. So if we have enough power, we're just gonna do it without secret weapons. I think that's the idea. And the soil is gonna be pretty interesting interaction, because we get to dive in even deeper and deconstruct the teams completely and figure out what they're supposed to, what's supposed to grow out of it, right? That's a pretty big deal. Sending special seeds. And what's gonna happen with the secret weapons, I do not know, but they are powerful, and they're probably meant to be secret for a reason, right? If they're not being used, might as well keep them that way, in case something happens, right? Like, whatever. Anything can happen at any point. I am open to that mindset, basically. So it's fun just to prepare for anything ever. Because when you're playing a bunch of games, you don't know what you're gonna bump into, what kind of truth of life you're gonna bump into. It gets pretty big and overwhelming. And you're just playing innocent little games, but everything grows in a rapid speed, especially when you're playing games, especially when you're happy and having fun. This is why this is technically a game, but technically I want to rule the world. You know, that sort of cheeky fucking deal. At least convince myself that I'm in control, and that's a cool thing, because it's a throwback to the same slider of like, well, I don't have to convince everyone. I just have to convince myself that I'm in control of the world, and I don't have to care of what people think. It's a beautiful thing when you don't have to work that hard, and you feel the feeling that you always wanted to feel, right? Because achieving something is still about feeling that feeling, which is like, yeah, but you know, obviously you still at early stages are gonna feel the feelings, like little simulations, like little things to warm up to prepare yourself, because the bigger things are exponentially more overwhelming and exponentially more dangerous as well. Like you should not lose your head enjoying all those things that make you grow even faster. Like, you never know when you will start stretching yourself a little bit too much. And I think YouTubers in general need to fucking chill at this point. Need to take a huge chill pill and understand that maybe what they're doing, which is just going forward all the time and working very hard, is probably not the best strategy. Sometimes you want to turn around and just remix your content or do whatever that just is logically the most sound action to do at certain situations. Like, you have already put so much work, so just reflect on that, like how difficult it is. And for me, it's actually pretty difficult to watch my own videos, but it's also very enjoyable. And yeah, looking back, I understand it's very difficult. You just want to move forward with that, and it's not necessarily what it requires. What the chill pill is gonna give, it's all up to them. I just want them to find a much more efficient and more enjoyable way of doing their work, especially when they get eliminated and their influence turns into fucking trash. Because I'm no longer impressed, I'm no longer affected, I no longer want to dump a lot of effort into watching their videos. All that is gone. Because I've tested, okay? You don't think it's a fucking test? Yes, it is. You can play some stupid game like Monopoly and test your opponent's skills. It's not a skillful game. Monopoly is like a terrible example. I would rather you play Hearthstone. It's a lot more skill, like maybe 10,000 times more skill. if you include all the cards, or even just trying to unlock more cards as you progress, as you're trying to compete against the other person, if you happen to have that many friends that would be willing to do that, yeah, that would be an amazing experience. Amazing way to test something. And here I am testing YouTubers, testing myself as well. Am I ready for next level? To take over, to feel like I'm in control. That's a pretty big deal and deep shit. I don't like responsibility. I'm a lazy person. Okay, I like automation by any means. Anything that can get automated might as well be. But let's see what happens. Let's see if our first place is going to be taken down. Alright, a little bit of an update. I'm realizing that Gabby Hanna actually belongs into like Shane Universe, and I put her in the wrong place. But I probably was just replacing someone, and I thought she fits the YouTube narrative. Congrats. She went this far, but I'm not sure if she's good enough for Ninja Team that's rivaling us. Okay, so I swapped her with Chrissy, which was in Shane's team. So we just did a clean swap. And it's not like she's better, but she kind of is. In combination with Leah, she kind of is better. Okay. Like they actually fit. Like this misfit group. Misfits. Really powerful. I'm just worried about Lauren, but maybe that can actually be resolved now. Or she finds a replacement for herself, or Stefan Molyneux shows up out of nowhere. I don't know. I just don't want nobody to fail like this. When they're frozen with 4 points, and then they dip all the way down next to Alex Jones. Please. Alright, not much else happening besides we kind of tied up with Leah right now. That's not okay, but that's not a big threat. Let's see what else happens. Finally, I get to beat up Mage, although, who knows, right? This Blizzard is fucking annoying. And I would have been dead to Flamestrike, actually. So at any point, you know, you're playing those Stampa matchups, and they burst your fucking... their stupid cards, summon a dragon for 1 mana. It's so annoying to actually try and build tempo against something like that. But at least I have Eye of the Storm. Like, whoever came up with this card is my friend, basically. Okay, and now everything is dead, actually, in my board. Without much effort whatsoever. I have to play Eye of the Storm again, and hope that there is nothing my opponent can do. It's pretty fucking pathetic. Yeah, I could have played Wargoth and overloaded for a bunch and have no tempo on the board. It's not exactly a good idea. So annoying. He managed to go through that. Impressive. As impressive as that is, I'm very angry. So we probably can clear this. No problem. That's a heal mage. How does it feel? I have lethal in my hands. I have to play around the stupid clear secret. Mage, please die! Disappear! Why am I back in Hearthstone? Don't ask me that. That is offensive. I shouldn't be back. I first have to test entity.
Ever been struck by lightning?
And healing totem. So that's kind of the main test here. And then we do the same fucking thing. Next turn. Now we're testing tempo. Oh, I won't be overloaded actually. Yeah, so it's still slow because I can't break through a 3 mana flame strike, you know. Oh, it's just 3 damage, but you know, it's just 2 damage for explosive trap, and it somehow works in stopping your entire board from progressing. So yeah, mage is absolutely annoying, and we're probably just gonna go to fatigue instead. Let's just go there. I don't care anymore. Just control the board forever. With giant minions who barely survived. Oh god.
Greetings, friend.
I think he's realizing that he's dead somehow. So that's a very good thing for me. Just quitting the game is a good deal. I'll take that. I will attack. He did that. Eventually, in 20 years. I mean, I can do this. I can play this and attack. But I still want to, like... Yeah, I will fill the board, basically. With some shit. Apparently he's dead. So that's why he didn't like playing anymore. I don't want to play anymore. I'm a shitty mage that try to counter board all the time. Conceit Shaman. Going strong. By the way, I found this cool combo that I want to show eventually. So when the time is right, you'll see it. Literally latest Firebat video. That took me for quite a while. Holy shit. By the way, Demon Hunter is so cute. Look at him. Oh, so cute. He touched my face. That's so amazing, dude. I wish I could do it. Oh wait, I can. Touch your face, Demon Hunter. Totally not sexual. Touch your face with a dragon? That says Hunter as well? Oh look, another cute Demon Hunter. I wish they all populated this stupid place of rank 9 where they're just not good enough. They're just garbage. Look at this shit. You try to do something and I can't understand, but I am trying to respond right now. I don't know what to do actually. I think I know. It's game over now. For him obviously, but not. It's difficult. Difficult times, man. When you have to sacrifice a temple card, you feel like you're dying inside. Suicide alert! Oh my god, what have you done? I just put 2 pawns. And you suicided? Win streak. Conceit Shaman. Let's go! Let's go legend for once in our lifetimes. Oh, god damn it. My mind just broke. It's level 8 now of how fucking pissed off on Hearthstone I am. I'm still at rank 10 basically. I'm stuck there. It's not like I'm playing my broken deck anymore because again, it used to be broken in the past. Now we have Galacrond. But not only that, we have Secret Rogue. Or Highlander Rogues. Or Highlander decks in general. Those are pretty broken. I'm not gonna lie. You literally cannot do anything special because Zephyrus is just gonna swoop in and do whatever he has to do to make the most broken turn ever, or turnaround. You can't just play big taunts. Come on. No, Zephyrus, okay? Or Alex. Still pretty broken for a Highlander, which is still the best way to play a stupid deck. Because Highlander doesn't actually have combos, it just is a stupid deck. Made out of the best cards. And just like Control is made out of the best cards. So now we have two kind of Control archetypes that dominate the game. And it doesn't have to be Control, obviously. It just has to be the best cards of whatever thing that you're trying to do. And there's a lot of shitty cards, basically, that are not being played. But that's probably the shittiest excuse ever. The biggest problem in Hearthstone is that randomness is not only a thing, but it's so embraced to such an extent that the game becomes not skill anymore. It just becomes a reactionary tale of like trying to get lucky and just being horribly humilified by someone who still can't play, probably net decked his own fucking deck, but what actually gives them victory most of the time is just pure luck. Purely drawing some crazy cards that they're not supposed to be drawing. Or just pulling off random events that's to their favor. And if you can't control cards, if cards don't actually have a certain outcome that you can somewhat predict considerably well, if you're a good player, you kind of want to like really control the outcomes and everything, and really know what you're doing, and really be able to just pour more skill into your deck and make your playstyle actually higher tier. Higher tier decks supposed to be difficult to play, but no. Secret decks are not difficult to play. They actually make your opponent's deck more difficult to play when you play some fucking secret rogue. Let's jump in. Let's fucking explore what actually is happening, because they have per card win rate. Yes, if you do have a 1-drop, you win the game. Just straight up. But yeah, that's pretty good. That's broken. Like this pretty broken, right? It's already good stats. That is a broken combo, very broken combo. So that's why this thing exists, and it just completely destroys everyone. Very nice. And yeah, this card matters, and this card definitely matters in a deck like this. And this doesn't seem like it matters, this dragon. It doesn't seem like it matters. Or people are just not playing it. Or something is wrong. Because this dragon should matter. Like, it should have also like this high tier rating. But it doesn't like bring the deck down either. It is still on 60. Well, a lot of cards are below 60. And Octosari is also 60. So it helps with the control matchups. Whatever. It's fun, it's just fun to look around, whatever. Okay. Pharaoh Cat. I wonder why it's 70% win rate. Perhaps because it can cheat out some crazy minions. Like, some reborn minions are so crazy right now. It's crazy that a 1-drop like this, which is random again, pretty fucking random, and it does such a crazy effect on your win rate. How does that make sense? Kept. I guess this is mulligan win rate. So now it... What? Play... What the fuck is this? Jesus Christ. Played win rate is the most fucking important part. Jesus Christ. It's supposed to be here, not here. Literally teaching people, right, what to do every single time. Like, this is the most disgusting thing, is like telling people what to do. Exactly what to do. Turning them into robots when we're playing a fucking game. This is when it gets fucking mentally insane. And I want to put another fire on them. These assholes. Just completely destroy their fucking team. They're garbage. So there are actually 2 cards that when you play, you win the game. War Leader, which is Murloc Bloodlust, basically. And a buff card. Anything that buffs attack, because when you spread a board a bunch, you're vulnerable to board clears and shit. So anything that finishes off the game or sticks your minions, but again buffs a little bit attack, actually matters a lot. Even just buffing attack here means that you can trade very well with Murlocs. And that's pretty crazy anyways. They should have, instead of removing the health bonus, they should have just balanced it. So it has attack and health. It doesn't OTK you. Fucking crazy. But it's just Blizzard knowing its things, knowing how it all works together, obviously. Never actually nerfing cards and releasing a broken Murloc for no good reason. I saw this card is broken. We had Murloc decks. We know it's crazy. Suppressive. All that shit. We don't need that shit to come back. I haven't played against Murloc Paladin too many times, but every single time I played against them, I straight up lost. I literally had no hope in the game. So I'm guessing they're pretty good, and the decks that I played against and also had no hope, but I was hopeful that I can counter something. I can play against something. I'm a free to play. I don't have all the legendaries. Whoops. I guess that's bad. Yeah. They show warnings to not keep Shadow Step, to not keep Eviscerate, to keep Maniac, to keep Van Cleef. Cool. But that's not the important part. The important part, obviously, this card being crazy. How a 1-drop can be crazy. Like, give such a crazy win rate boost. And what is actually reducing the win rate? Because the win rate seems actually higher than what is shown. This is like 60% win rate. So, why is it showing 54? That makes no sense to me. Okay, whatever. See? Win rate is 63%. So this win rate actually matters a lot more. Wow. Demon Hunter, 71% win rate. Wow. What is this? Because if they're not showing this win rate, and what does this win rate actually matter? It's a different win rate where the games are more carefully recorded? Like, what is this? What does this mean? And how does other games are recorded? What does that mean? Okay then. Yeah, it's weird how a 1-drop like this, 75% win rate. Like, it creates such a crazy boost. Of performance for the deck. This is pretty good card still. And now I'm realizing it was broken. It did have to be nerfed. And it might not have been nerfed properly. I'm very surprised by this statistic though. For me, this is the most broken card in Demon Hunter. Straight up. And it's 72% win rate when played. That seems weird. But it's just slightly more difficult card to play. And this card is easy to play. Right? And it has big win rate. You can start to see, like, this having big win rate and being slightly more complicated, I can sort of appreciate. But it's also a board clear. And it is very hard to appreciate something like a board clear for me. Even though it's... yeah, every single card has a warning sign basically at this point. Yeah, but that's just boring. Turns out whatever. So, Priestess of Fury, obviously a broken card, and it's gonna have a huge win rate. Huge. You have to know which cards are broken and what to actually put in the deck. And I would never say that put this card in the deck. I would never do that. I would be like, well, there has to be a 2-drop or 3-drop that can counter this, and you still get a little bit of tempo. But apparently not. Apparently, just doing damage and just filling up your curve to the max, and it's just good stats. It's not your 2-3 2-drop, which would just be one stat away from this card. So it's always better to make it flexible like that. It's always better to cut a card in half and just sacrifice a little bit of a stat. Jesus. Now Battle Fiend actually dropped quite a bit, I believe, because it also was a 2-2, but it dropped. So investigating this, I don't understand why Blizzard even came up with this card. Priestess of Fury. How the fuck did they do that? Because it's the second best win rate after the nerfs, but they didn't even care to nerf that. It probably was the second, even before the nerfs. Maybe Skull was still better, but that card is pretty crazy. So I want to just go back. I got twisted, but let's just look how difficult it is to play a card. Van Cleef, pretty high win rate, and is it difficult to play Van Cleef? No, you don't care anymore. You just play all the lowest cards possible, so you just cheat out Van Cleef. And it's a cheat card which has the highest win rate in the deck. And when this card wins the game, do you feel like your opponent actually played well? Absolutely not. You just feel like, oh shit. Someone just played a cheat card. This is a cheat card. This is a cheat card. They're all easy to play. Praise Galakron. This is, for me, a cute card that doesn't seem to, like, do much. Or have a big of an impact where it's problematic or whatever. But it still invokes Galakron at the same time, and it gives you a lackey. So it's probably a big deal anyways. And it's worth playing, absolutely. This card is weird, but it is dirty tricks. I'm surprised that Ambush and Bamboozle both have weird win rates. And you would think, like, yeah, it's a little bit more difficult to play these cards. But it's very difficult to play around these cards and to not be completely destroyed. It seems like, yeah, it's just Shaman card that evolves a minion by 3 for 2 mana. Like, Shaman has this card. Yeah, and Shaman's pretty good. But this happens not on your turn. It happens on your opponent's turn. You get to attack with that minion immediately when it gets the effect. And it's a secret. It just asks to be played around and to figure out whether it's Ambush or Bamboozle. All of a sudden, your opponent is struggling tremendously if they know what to expect. So just having these secrets, for me, that's a game-breaking thing. But when one drops, break the game, it makes me even question even more. What the fuck is going on anymore? So what else breaks the game? Togwaggle, obviously. Another cheat card, because you don't necessarily want to draw cards for free. You just want to cheat that legendary, that bursts tempo. I don't think... yeah, every single time I see people just draw cards, it doesn't make sense to me. Obviously, Dragonhoof, yeah, and Galakron himself is gonna have positive win rates. Crazy. Yeah, it is a question of what is more broken, but that's it. And the way to, again, is it very complicated? No, you just have to be lucky with a lackey, which is not lucky at all. It actually forces you to play a certain deck, which is never a good idea. It's not an actual combo. It's just now a Galakron card. That's it. It's just a card that comes with Galakron. Like, there's zero game design put into this. I don't want to go back. I'm just gonna revisit Murloc Paladin. But we already talked about, they're just 2 cards that give incredible tempo on those. The burst cards are gonna be the most important in a Murloc deck, because Murlocs themselves don't necessarily provide much of a problem. It's when they get buffed, it's when something massive happens on the board. And those cards are the only ones that kind of does that. Alright. Let's visit Hunters and I'm gonna be done with this shit. Now I'm done with Hearthstone, like, completely. Fuck my life. The moment complicated cards are gonna appear, first of all, and have good win rates, then we're gonna be talking. Then I'm gonna think whether I want to play the game anymore. Just by the fact that I'm looking at this data, which I'm not supposed to do. As a player, I should just enjoy exploring how the game works. Alright. Here we go. A Highlander Hunter. Now we get to see which cards are the most broken and worth playing in the first place. Obviously a 1-drop that doesn't do anything. Another 1-drop that doesn't do anything smart. A removal. Cool. Face Stalker. That is a super cheat tempo card. A 2 mana. It's not a lackey generator. It's much worse. It's a secret generator. But you do have to pay a hero power for that. But the way you have to understand this card, it's a beast for 2/3. But if you have enough mana, you can play a secret from your deck. And it does 2 damage to your opponent at the same time while you play. It opens up your ability to play secrets from the deck randomly. That's pretty crazy. Your hero power becomes some pretty crazy shit. And every single time if you can boost your hero power like that, it's a good card. Regardless of how bad your hero power is. And Hunter's hero power never really was bad. Okay. Stormhammer. For me it was the most annoying card. But apparently this 1-drop should feel a lot more annoying in Face Stalker. And now when I really think about it, it sure is. Because Stormhammer, guess what? It's just a little bit difficult to play. Just tiny bit difficult. And all of a sudden it has 3% less of an effect, I would say. Literally from the fact that it's just a bit difficult to play. But this card is broken. It is 71%. And it feels very broken. It doesn't just buff your hero power. Just completely breaks it. Now your hero power is broken. For 6 mana, 5 damage every turn, if possible, if it's not removed. This sort of tempo stuff is dangerous, by any means. Slight tempo, which is not often used, but yeah, this feels really bad for me as well. Oh, there's something even worse, which is Bran. Yeah, it's always going to be a win condition, and it felt bad as long as it existed. What is this card? It's crazy. Hello, it's me, Highlander deck. Obviously the best card is supposed to be Highlander card for this deck to be viable in the first place. I guess I understand. I'm very surprised by the Zephyrs, but guess what? This card is pretty complicated to play, and I shouldn't be that angry at Zephyrs. And Bran, I wonder how difficult it is to play Bran. No, you just play it as fast as possible. You don't fucking wait. You just drop him. Insta-drop him. And smash your opponent with a dinosaur. That has charge, not rush. It's a King Crush after all. It's quite funny. It says crush, but it doesn't rush. Ouch. So much flavor. And this card, you can appreciate a 10-drop that has a crazy win rate. I'm just kind of surprised that this card is broken, but cool. It probably should be broken if it's a 10 mana card, as long as nothing else is completely broken. Big ol' Whelp apparently is very, very good, but again, it's more like a synergy card to every other card that you have in the deck that synergizes with dragons. And it's just a solid card. Fairy Dragon too. Useful. Okay. If we looked at the other side, like tracking's pretty difficult to play. So immediately it's down. Deadly Shot is kind of difficult to play, I'm not gonna lie. Unleash the Hounds, the most difficult to play deck card. Yeah, it does seem like Unleash the Hounds actually just straight up suck. Like it's below 50%. You might not even want to put it, because if you have no way to take advantage of Unleash the Hounds, there's a few combos that you can do, but like it does seem pretty shitty. I'm surprised that this dragon doesn't do anything good. Is it difficult to play, really? Really? That makes no sense to me. Siamat. It's the coolest card ever, I would say. And as long as it's not problematic, it's even cooler. I don't know why people play this card, by the way. This card also seems that at 50% seems like shit. Seems like replaceable shit. So they're two cards that are super questionable at this point. What's that dragon again? Mana Saber, never mind. Yeah, when the highest win rate cards are easy to play. I do have a problem with the deck. I don't care. Let's go Totem Shaman, because I want to educate myself on how Shaman looks like. Because I love playing Shaman. Is anything broken? Splitting Axe is broken. A weapon is broken. I don't have Splitting Axe. I don't play it. So everything else feels fair, except like Totemic Reflection obviously is a cool card. All of a sudden, Blizzard created a cool card, and a complete deck has been created. I'm more interested in like shitty cards, so yeah, Mars Spawn is a shitty card. Who would have thought? Well, it's actually pretty simple. It does not discover a spell. It has such a complicated requirement that it just straight up does not discover a spell. It's just a 3/4. It doesn't work, okay? And if you can't play this, you're probably losing an incredible amount of tempo all of a sudden. And even with the combination with this spell, the win rates are its win rate is still below 50, and this one is not a broken card, so neither of them probably are worth playing either. Have to find something better, because they synergize. It's crazy. Sandstorm is actually about almost 50%, so I'm not playing most of those cards actually. I do play Mana Tide though. I don't play this one drop. I think this card is still okay. But this is weird, right? You can't just play this one drop in every deck and expect good results for some reason. Well, the reason actually is that this is not exactly a tempo deck. This is more of a combo deck. And you're trying to get that special combo that multiplies your totems. So this is not going to win you games, these one drops, at all. They seem to just try and synergize. But also, yeah, they're kind of complicated to play, so they have their win rates slashed. This is supposed to be like a support card where you don't lose your totems, but it doesn't help really. I would just rather play a tempo deck. at that point. Because it doesn't matter when you break the game if your opponent cannot clear the port. Then it's fine. So, because it's so close to 50%, you probably don't have to play this in Sandstorm and then Mars Spawn, so I don't play neither of those by nature. That's the fun part. I'm not just exploring this, I'm comparing it to the fact that I don't know. I'm not spoiled brat, right? I'm trying to figure out the game as it plays out. And when I'm actually now looking at data, when I'm becoming a scientist, I don't feel so good. I don't want to play it anymore. It's not a game anymore. It's some kind of twisted competition that nobody should care about that much. I'm just gonna look into Galakrond Shaman real quick, because that's all I play. I just play Shaman and I can comment on the cards. Mutate. I don't play it. It's a shitty card. Sludge Slurper actually seems to be a shitty card. Scary, I'm not gonna lie. That is a scary revelation which I did had in the back of my mind. That it does pain to play this card. Desert Hare, not too bad. But Devoted Maniac, pretty shit. And I do recognize that. But the Shield of Galakrond being shit, that's surprising. Dragon Hoof being... Galakrond being almost shit. What? I know this card is shit now that it's got nerfed. For some reason. See, I'm not exactly sure why this got nerfed. Oh yeah, because it was a broken combo. Now it isn't. Cool. Thank you, Blizzard. No, I didn't like this card too much, but it wasn't that big of a deal. So yeah, I don't play stupid cards like that. Except for Sludge Slurper. I'm not sure how to replace it. I'm not sure how to wrap my head around this card, because it feels such a cool card. Just to get a Lackey is pretty cool, but apparently it's bad and it's not worth playing. And yeah, never mind. Dread Corsair. It's like someone just said, oh, it's not an Ed deck. And it's literally here. It's literally a net deck. It's literally the exact copy of what I just saw. Some person say that it's not a net deck. It's exactly it. Farsight. Surprisingly a good card. And honestly, I'm glad. I'm really glad. This is probably the most complicated card to play. Based on how difficult it is for me to put it in my deck and be like, it's so scary to put it in my deck and so scary to just play it, because you never know what you're gonna get out of it. So when can you actually risk drawing a random card? When can you risk that? This is the most complicated card, believe me. And to have such a high win rate, that is the most satisfying thing to see for me. Honestly. Maybe I'll just give it another go and see what's up. But this card to be broken and create basically an entire... This is not a Galakrond deck, by the way. This is an evolution deck. Galakrond just kind of squeezes in almost every shaman in existence, so this is nothing that crazy at all. I'm just surprised that Totemic Reflection doesn't exist in this deck, even though it's a good card, right? If you Probably combine both of those decks together, Totem Shaman with this Shaman, you get the best Shaman deck, or a better Shaman deck than what is presented at Tier 2 here. So I'm kind of really surprised. I'm gonna try this out and give you a few comments, but I don't wanna survive a nightmare anymore. I'm just gonna move on to some other game until this game changes. Because you can see, I immediately picked up Shaman. There's nothing really dominating. The most dominating is Knuckles. It's pretty difficult to play Knuckles. I'm not gonna lie, but it's just a cool card. It has a cool win rate. I'm not saying it's a good card though. I just have to have it. It's cool, and I have to say goodbye to Slurper. What a mess. So let's see how that goes. No, the moment I actually came back to play Hearthstone, I literally play against top tier meta decks at that point. Secret, Rogue, and then the Demon Hunter. And that's it. And I just and then Hunters, obviously. Just a bunch of Hunters. And every single time the game feels so fucking cheap and stupid. And it's like I added this most highest win rate card. No, Murloc Paladin showed up and just played a 1-drop and wins the game because they buffed the 1-drop. What? With the 2/2. 1-drop Murloc. They buffed it, now it's out of range. I can't kill it, it's perfect tempo. It's the highest tempo you can squeeze out of the game. And you're gone now, you have to be a control deck all of a sudden. You have to have those tools. But you can't kill it. Now it gets buffed by a 3-drop Murloc. Because the buffs don't just end there. And it's game over. Because the Murloc also buffs itself, its own attack. It doesn't just end there. But yeah, that's Murlocs for you. I can't do it, man. Hearthstone is such a pain. It's almost like it's so good, but it kills me so well. I don't understand how people play it, how people fucking see the game in a positive light. It just kills me. It's so good at killing me. It should just not be Team 2 ever again. It all goes all the way to the bottom. Below memes. Get the fuck out of my head, Hearthstone. Get out of my fucking life. It has wasted so much of my fucking life for no good reason. I'm not getting happiness. I'm only getting frustrated. And is that gonna help me in life in any fucking way? I hope not. I'm not gonna end there. I want this shit to go like 50 fire points. I want this team to go minus the amount of points that they're having right now. I want to figure out this fucking mystery once and for all, so I root out all this frustration. I can't play Hearthstone, so they have to fucking prove some kind of point to me, because I just can't fucking play this game. Okay, I see a huge fucking nightmare. How are they gonna prove to me that you don't just play 1-drop and win the game when you buff the 1-drop? How are they going to disprove this point to me? I don't understand. It's same with Shaman, sort of. You play a 2-drop totem, and then you buff the totem. And then you have so much tempo, your opponent can't just win anymore. And that's all you're trying to do, is just create those early game tempo scenarios. They're just as aggressive as anything else in the game. There are no healing cards. The aggro actually is worse than control, but control is pretty bad also. Because if you do play 1-drops, and if control has special tools, they will win. Because you just don't have enough value. Once you choose to play 1-drops, your deck has to be broken at that point. So there is no way not to play meta decks at this point. Meta decks is the only safe haven basically for people who basically find, okay, you can play these 1-drops because you can constantly buff them, right? That sort of deck is available for you. And you can play this control deck because those control tools are gonna make sure that you stay alive and win the game. So I'm talking about Galakron Warlock, because Galakron Warlock is actually pretty fucking popular and pretty fucking broken, and I'm not actually sure why it's not higher tier. It's right now tier 3 or whatever. It's so misleading. All those fucking tiers are misleading. People are just playing broken decks. And I'm starting to understand why they're broken and how they all work. But that doesn't give me that much appreciation at all. I just see it. And I want to play other games now. I'm probably going to enjoy other games a lot more just because I had this experience, right? Please. I wasted so much time and I can't even enjoy it? You gotta be shitting me. You know? I just want to know how these people feel and how can I just completely remove this and just freeze this team forever. There's nothing to learn, okay? But there are card games. There is Reynad that's hiding in there. He's trying to make a card game. He came out of Hearthstone, ugh. This is bad. This is worse than I thought. Because you see, my videos constantly involve Hearthstone. It's a deep thing for me right now. It's a deep traumatic experience. And maybe it has ruined my life because I'm trying to do something wrong in my life as well. And I ended up in this place, which is the worst place to be. You're solving an illusion of puzzles, because the outcome of those puzzles are most of the time very, very random. You don't know what your opponent has in their hands. You just can play around certain cards, and the more you have to play around, the more likely you're actually going to make a mistake as well. Which I tend not to do. I tend not to play around cards, and sometimes it's impossible to do. Then you come back to the same question of where's the strategy again? Where is it? If I don't play around cards, where's the strategy? If I do play around cards, I probably make more mistakes. So there's no strategy in that. Right? Unless cards are actually revealed before they're played, or they're not strong enough. So you do want to play around certain effects, because there's certain effects that will start getting stronger if you are playing into them, directly into them. But otherwise, if the cards are so strong, you just hope that your opponent doesn't have them, and that's it. You don't play around them. So Hearthstone is garbage. Just pile of fucking trash. And again, Grip is hiding from Standard, which is the most fun. It's the quickest games, is you get to build a deck and all that shit, but now you don't, because the decks are so quickly revealed, because it's so easy to just fill in that template when you learn the template. I just am kind of realizing what a template is, obviously. It's not that difficult to understand, but it takes so much time to just grind that shit through. Oh boy. It is bad. It is really bad. I'm probably still not like perfect at Hearthstone every single time I'm like trying to perfect what I'm doing in there, but oh my god, no. No. It's so bad. Every card seems so fucking broken. Like Shaman is the most fair class that just got a few broken cards that created decks basically. So for some reason Shaman was rejuvenated by a few cards. That's crazy for me to think. And I don't think Shaman has ever been like, when I played against Shaman, I don't think I had any trouble with it. Like I know if at certain points like a totem gets duplicated, and that never happens against me. I don't see Totem Shaman, I don't see Galakrond Shaman, or I don't see them succeed in particular ways. But yeah, that's all it took. But that makes no sense because Galakrond Shaman is broken. And sometimes just playing tempo and buffing small cards which are totems is pretty broken. So technically, if you really know what you're looking for, probably just the game sucks basically. Just Hearthstone sucks. Yeah. Just understanding that one drop can win you the game if you just drop it, if you draw it, if you even add it to your deck for some reason. For me, just that makes no sense. Like, there's always ways to just defeat a one drop. But now it's the most broken thing ever. One drops. Wow. Ugh. Really. Obviously, it's just a Murloc one drop that can break you. And then the second one drop that can break you is the Demon Hunter one drop. And the third one drop that can break you is the Secret Rogue one drop. If you don't have a good one drop, you can't go high win rate with your deck. So that's the real problem. It's not that those one drops are broken, it's that the variety of one drops is garbage. Okay? You don't get a high variety of one drops. Yeah, Hunter has a one drop that's pretty fucking badass. Right? Pretty broken, pretty badass, that enables your hero power. See, if you want to compete, you better have a broken one drop, basically. I still haven't built deck like that, but wow. I guess I should have. Consider that. I'm not gonna press play on Hearthstone anymore. Just because I understand that. You have to control the board from a very, very early stage. It's almost like wait. I hope this doesn't leak to like a real world understanding of any kind. When I draw parallels, maybe Hearthstone is too much of a trash to deserve that. You can see what I'm talking about. Like, I put this theme on such a high esteem, and yeah, it sounds ridiculous, Steam and esteem, like whatever. But it's so high on the list, and it sucks so much time to maintain it, so many videos to watch, but it's entertaining because it's a universe that I can understand. But is it really a universe that is gonna continue to feed forward when it proves to be so stupid and not entertaining, and not interactive as well, right? Like, if I understand what's broken about the game, I want to back off from those aspects and move into aspects that I like, but I can't do that. I'm kind of forced out of enjoying the game as much as I want to, which is pretty obvious. Like me recording a video, I can't actually create templates and make my work easier. We're actually stuck in some very nasty behavior, I suppose. We're just stuck doing things that we're not supposed to be doing, which is record videos or edit videos a certain way. All you have to do is put a preset, tell your fucking computer what to do with the video and how to improve it. It probably is that fucking easy. It's like if you don't want to look on the camera like you're struggling to speak, you can probably fix that. Just like with a filter. There is a filter for your face if you don't want to look ugly. So the same goes with the video editing. But for some reason editing is a little bit too complicated. I don't know. It's kind of weird. It's probably not gonna last forever, but there's something weird about this, right? Clearly, Blizzard could figure out what the actual win rates of the cards are and how to manipulate those win rates properly. They could figure it out, right? They could create a specific event, specific expansion where they're trying to just unleash all kinds of cards into a meta game. Just do crazy shit that, you know, creates an extreme environment for just testing. You don't have to just follow the same pattern. But again, this is a next level problem. This is why I said Hearthstone is such a cool game, is because it's constantly being developed and updated. Like, that's a cool thing. The problem is that there is a level above that which is reaching an absolute fairness, basically. If something gets broken, if something doesn't feel right, it has to be fixed eventually, right? And as quickly as possible. And Blizzard doesn't have enough data or motivation to do that. Or just principles. Principles are very important. And just reaching the level of like, okay, I have a game that I will update constantly. Like, even that is pretty difficult. But what I'm talking about of having principles, like, I don't expect Blizzard to ever have principles. They've already reached the pivot, the, like, highest point that they can get. So, that's it. Game over. I don't expect Blizzard to come back from this. Stay in the bottom, please. Alright, so I recalculated. We're still ahead of the world score and influence. I don't want to win the game because that would be a little bit too easy. But at the same time, I will try very hard to like catch up and everything. But there's one particular thing that has to be tested and maybe nerfed. And it's Born, basically. Right, it's my ability or disability to resist women and their magic and their world, basically, which is completely different from what men provide to the world or to the world of YouTube and type of influence. I literally have to create a porn team, put it together, and just allow it to be there. Kind of disconnected from YouTube, but not really. Not really, okay? Because it will define how powerful it is, and then we'll know how to treat it. Right? Because it could still be way too powerful. But the girls doesn't seem to, like, do that much damage. Like, just looking at AVGN, I am capable of watching videos and just grinding them down to some crazy value. But I'm telling you guys, it's a huge influence that the girls have. And maybe there's something that I can find out by doing this. So Team 10 is officially gonna be created. Okay, we're gonna do this. And at the same time, it's gonna feed into the world score. And it's probably gonna be defeating us very quickly. That's how dangerous it is. Or unnerved it is. Yeah, maybe I myself have a problem. Or I don't treat it properly, because there's so many activities in the world that would change my mind and change my behavior and change the things that I want to actually get from the world. So once I add the Team 10, at the same time I could almost be repulsed by behavior of women and actually find a lot of other things, or maybe ways to manipulate myself to feel that those other things that I do care about become much more enjoyable. So, then squeezing melons, let's put it that way. Yeah, because I do think about it, like there's this no-fap community that tries to like, let's save our energy, we waste so much energy watching porn and everything. And it is a pretty huge part of the internet. And the fact that I didn't put a team here when everyone tried to exploit this game as well, right? The meta game of porn is pretty big. And the fact that I don't have a team like specifically dedicated on that, and at least researching that and seeing how strong that team is, it's kind of a no-brainer right now. So we're gonna do that. It's literally Hearthstone and porn. Like, two most obvious things, but not obviously just probably ruining my life. Or dominating my life for a good reason. Who knows, right? Maybe I can figure out something else about it that I can own for myself in the end. It's really hard to say right now, but at the same time, as you can tell, every video is trying to like highlight some kind of leader. So by creating a new team, it's probably the whole video is going to be dedicated to that. So I'm glad it just naturally continues the trend, except the fact that one team is going to get away with not getting ridiculed at all, or I'm not going to put a spyglass and or magnifying glass at them and scope them out of what problems they have, or what the leader has to say, basically. It's possible that one team is going to get away from that because we don't have enough rounds to do that. But well, yeah, because I need 8 rounds for all the other leaders. And now we'll need 9. Unless I figure out how to do it, the trend is going to allow someone to sneak out through the back door. So I guess that's a fun game still. I'm not gonna lie. That's a cool little advantage that someone's gonna get. And I'm gonna tell a story about themselves anyways. Alright, let's do it. Okay, I think I do have a general idea. I put together porn stars basically. And if I occupy myself well enough, they literally have just one shot at me. One shot a day that I can waste watching porn or something. And that's it. While I'm recovering from trauma, basically, because it's traumatizing watching porn sometimes. It gives you so many weird ideas that don't really stick either, right? They don't belong in YouTube, but it's there as a strategy, as something that you have to actually analyze of what girls are doing these days. And right now, being a team and just having that one shot every single day, it could still work, but it also gonna rob a lot of attention when it does slip out. But it's also gonna come back. It's gonna be a very interesting game. I think it's still gonna compete pretty well. It's just catching up right now when everyone established. It's not possible anymore. It's just not possible. So it's just for... Yeah, I'm not even sure. It's just not gonna work. It's gonna work in like a short term if you look at the result. Yeah. One thing that it will mess up, potentially, is this result is gonna go up, and we do have to do round 9 after all. So that's the most intense part of this, and I still take the challenge. I'm not afraid of this shit. So while even though it's not exactly impactful in stealing trophies, it's still very much impactful in the game overall. Alright. One thing that I do keep in back of my head is like, you have a fire element as a leader and you have a water element as a leader. And those elements like are very descriptive. Okay, they explain exactly what the team is about. And it's almost like the outer world for me, because I am earth and wind personality. So for me it's not familiar, and it could be full of traps that I'm not recognizing, basically. It could be destroying me in ways I can't recognize yet. So that's what I keep in the back of my head right now. It's special, basically. It's special, it's very personal. Even though, yeah, like porn is supposed to be in everyone's back of their head, because it's so big and you have to learn. But it's the same way, like everyone will have like a game that they're stuck with or whatever, if they're gamers, or something that some kind of activity that they kind of like but they spend way too much time on, and it's going to be different for everyone. This is a little bit more difficult to explain, right? But this one like kind of took a new identity entirely. Let's keep going now. Okay. Wow. Jesus. Okay. Linking part just got activated, okay? I now have the backstory finally. Oh boy. Also, something tells me I can give another chance to Miley Cyrus. But, you know, we got rid of Justin Bieber, we need a replacement, okay? We need something. But basically we need a fire person, right? We don't have Justin Bieber for a fire person. We have nobody for a fire person. Fire Guardian. Lava Guardian? Yeah, we don't have that. Tiffany and Camilla are actually water. And Tiffany's just new enough where Miley Cyrus could come in like a wrecking ball. This meme is now dead to me, but she can do it maybe. In an extraordinary way. Otherwise will not work. Please. I've tested the powers. It's there. But she has to do it again. In a final form, basically. It's final form of the freezer. Will Goku defeat the freezer? No, it's still a freezer, man. It's just a fridge. Okay, let's do it. Let's see what happens. Is Blizzard insane or what? Like, Rogue probably got not a quest enabler. It got the best card in the game ever. It got a 1/5 2-drop that has infinite value. It has the best possible stats you can get in a card, basically. And if you buff it, it's pretty fucking insane. And you do buff it because you also play Galacron. Oh shit. And you might even play any other buff card at that point. But that's not the biggest problem. You can discover any secret you want, and it's infinite value. Because after you play a secret, you also discover more secrets. It's not like you play rogue secrets, and then you get some bonus secrets or whatever. No, it's infinite value after you play a secret. I can't even believe that this card exists. Discover a secret. 2-drop with infinite value. I was like on the edge when Infinite Lackey Generator was introduced. I'm like, that's pretty edgy, dude. Infinite Lackeys? Count me in. But this breaks everything. There's no way to play around this. And it's not like a control tool or anything. Oh yes, it is a control tool. Apparently secrets don't actually trigger, but that's not true. Secrets trigger all the time. There's not enough conditions to trigger the secrets. So, no. Secrets actually probably the worst game mechanic in Hearthstone. Probably worse than board clears. Because it just reminds you of the same fucking problem that you have. Your opponent gets to hide all the cards, and you cannot interact with that information. It reminds you that. You can sort of understand what the secret's gonna do to you, but you can never play around it. Otherwise you're just gonna... You know, it's the same thing that I explained. You can't play around cards, basically, in Hearthstone. You just can't. You're trying to figure out what they are, but you don't know, and you can't play around it, so it cancels out completely, and cancels out all the strategy. And knowing that there is a broken 2-drop, I don't want to play Hearthstone anymore. No thanks. And I said it like 20 million times, right? But I was inspired because I probably built the best deck that doesn't exist in the meta, but it kind of destroys other decks that I've encountered so far. I can counter Murloc Paladin now. I can counter sometimes Demon Hunter, because again, that legendary that got nerfed into 4 mana is still just as broken. It's just the effect is so fucking ridiculous. But now it's like bearable, I guess. Cool. You literally would just play card draw, every cheapest card imaginable, just to enable this card in the very end for 6 damage, also clearing the board and enabling your minions to go face instead of trading. So it's technically an overkill card in late game, so you don't actually play it for 3 mana or whatever as early as possible. So the effect is what matters at that point. And Demon Hunter is full of crazy effects just to turn it into a class, basically. Just I love when Blizzard wants to force things out. So every expansion, that sort of shit happens, basically. And this is the best example of pure force. Is that stupid secret rogue that turned into best deck right now. And it's like, Blizzard is probably like, well, it's pretty fucking complicated. You get to discover a secret, you know. It's the best card, though, in the game right now. I don't care if you can choose. It's actually worse than if you can choose. I was actually expecting that you don't choose. You don't just take your opponent's turn playing the best card. You know, like, even that alone, just taking a sip of time, it's annoying enough. Like, Blizzard doesn't fucking know what game design is. They haven't educated themselves at all over all this time. But again, we just got a game that gets updates. We don't necessarily get a game that, a game that gets updates always feels insecure to the point where it feels like it has to force things out to be able to show its identity, basically, of what you can play. So the idea that you can play more like Paladin, which is kind of fucking weird, but the idea that you can play a Secret Rogue and, like, Demon Hunter is like forced out decks, and Blizzard, you did it. You made it happen. You made it work. Decks that's supposed to now give identity to the game. I guess that's a good thing. I don't understand. I'm giving more fires, and every single time it's more and more disappointing and destructive. Now it's like 20 points goes bye-bye, and they can't turn it around. They're not gonna turn into my friends anytime soon. I also have to fixate a little bit. And Fire Badge has got all the fires, basically. Collector of fire. Of negative points. I love that. Crazy. Again, I spent so much time, and to be cheated out of the game, like, you don't necessarily want to keep on capturing new players' attention when the game is not exactly fair. But again, what am I complaining about? We already understand what Blizzard is trying to do. Blizzard is trying to be shiny and cool and stuff. It's not trying to balance the game. If people want to be competitive, and there's plenty of people who want to be competitive, they're brainwashed. They're just literally government brainwashed people. It's actually pretty interesting in how many places you can just find government. Because there is a special establishment for people who want to be competitive. And this establishment is huge. This part of Hearthstone is fucking huge. And honestly, Firebat is probably the worst in the team, simply because he is half and a half competitive. It actually hurts him right now. It's his content is harder to watch. I love deck doctor stuff because that's deck building. I love it, but the rest is so fucking garbage. Anyways, it's not too garbage because he is a good player, right? And he's probably gonna play cool decks. So it's the least garbage you can get from a competitive perspective, but it's still garbage. Can you imagine? Anyways, we're gonna move on. It says Seth Bling is never gonna be able to catch up. Probably gonna knock him down 2 spots. And AVGN is doing a tremendous work. I'm like, super thumbs up. He's great. He's not gonna catch up. The content is not so interesting that I am captivated to watch it all, but it's so good, so professional, so much experience, such a good establishment of like variety of content you get to review and show to people. Like, it's so satisfying. It's just pure bliss, basically. And yes, Mosh is gonna be doing pretty great. I hope Ricky does pretty great. Or Karibahane. Whatever. I think, yeah, it's like See, when you comparing anything else to porn, and someone has a lot of porn power, that shit gets out of control real fast. And H2O was my childhood porn, basically, or fantasy, literally. and now I get to relive it. Thank you very much. You know, or rather, live an actual level of fantasy that I would admire a lot more. Or jump into the H2O, basically, into waters. It's literally definition of porn. Jumping into waters. That's it right there. That's the definition. Okay. Yeah, Linkin Park. I said it has a very identity figured out right now, and it's very cool. I think now that I wanna like find a fire person so badly, I'm not sure how I'm gonna compare to Tiffany. She's insane. I'm so scared like to put too many water people in the team, but I might not have a choice at this point. She's just so good. So someone does have to come as a wrecking ball. I don't think Miley Cyrus is gonna make it. I just don't like her that much, to be honest. I just don't. When you compare Avril Lavigne with Miley Cyrus, Avril, even though she doesn't show up in too many places to spread opinion or just to be in public in general, it's a rock star, okay? It's so much better. The hits that she has, so much better. The overall image is so much better. Everything is amazing, and I have probably most songs in my top tier music list from her, basically. And I'm still like on the edge of like throwing her off the team. Can you imagine? But comparing her to Miley Cyrus is just unplayable stuff. Turning Miley Cyrus into a guardian of some kind, that's cute, and it very much fits. And I would still rather do Nicki Minaj. Like that's still a stretch, you know. We already established Nicki Minaj. Why should I fucking come back? But again, Tiffany's so strong. Like, okay, I don't care. I give up. I give up. What am I supposed to do anymore? Obviously, understanding again how to build a deck, how to build a team, so it synergizes properly. That's another thing. And making a choice of just throwing Nicki Minaj could be a bad idea. Could just be really bad and not work out at all. Because I do feel the synergy, but I also feel like it could be better. Or I'm just so gullible. I don't know what I feel or what I'm supposed to feel. So yeah, it's that tough. It's really tough. I didn't check anyone else. Yeah, Ruby seems to be underperforming. Just PewDiePie's team in general is underperforming. But I guess if I watch enough PewDiePie videos, it's just gonna come back on its own. I'm sure. Like, there's a lot of potential. So it's probably gonna require an exclusive review of the team. Alright, I think Demon Hunter is pretty much coronavirus in Hearthstone. But it also doesn't have to be nerfed, I don't think. Priestess of Fury, yeah, please nerf that. You can take that away from me. I don't care. But there's probably no other card that has to be nerfed as much. Maybe tweaked a little bit in Demon Hunter. I watched a video that made me left very satisfied. Obviously, it says that there are certain broken cards. You have Broken Silence card, which is not exactly that broken, but you do want to put it in the deck eventually, because your opponent can do broken shit that you want to silence, and it's a very, very useful card. But at some point, you just kind of run out of tools, or you have to play a very, very small deck, so to speak, that cycles itself. It's kind of interesting. How do you balance that? Building a Demon Hunter is really tough. Okay, building a deck for Demon Hunter is very, very tough and very interesting. To play it, to have a class that's super powerful like that. Blizzard didn't fuck up too much because it's also a free class. You literally get most of the cards and you don't have to worry about much at all, because it's also the best class in the game right now. It's also the most broken shit, and you don't have to get all the legendaries or anything. So I do think Blizzard made a very good job. I have nothing to complain about. I have at least one thing to play, and I took a lot of credit from Hearthstone team. I can't even show the score because the score is updated so many times. I'm like interrupting the transmission here, just to give my opinion of what's going on in Hearthstone, because it's weird, but it's entertaining to climb back. So as the new month kind of gave me some packs and pushed me back to the very bottom, well, I climbed back up. It's very quick, it's very fun, I would say. I still have a problem with like some secret rogues and mages. Those are still very annoying classes, but you can sort of play around that. The only problem that I actually see is that Demon Hunter is the only class now that's playable and that's fun, that is capable of doing tempo swings, right? Like, or playing tempo in general. If you can play tempo, it's probably gonna be pretty fun, as long as you're not playing aggro tempo, like Murloc Paladin, or just pure Hunter class. Like, this is bullshit. In fact, Hunter's a little bit more bullshit than you think, now that they have this Draw Beast +3/+3 card. Because back in the day, 4 mana 7/7 was a thing, and it was a pretty cool card. But right now you have 4 mana 5/6 that has drawing capabilities with hero boosts your hero power. You can play it on turn 3 because you split it across turn 2 and turn 3. You still have 1 mana to do something. I mean, that's pretty cute. But it's pretty broken. I'm not gonna lie, like, Hunters are catching up. So you have Murloc Paladin, a bunch of Hunters, and then Secret Rogue. None of them are actually that interesting to play against. I would say Demon Hunter is pretty cool. Okay. But nothing is fun to play against. Honestly. Even Demon Hunter himself. But what is interesting to play as? That's the cool part. I played a little bit of a, like, combo rogue, which is literally just spell damage, go face when you collect enough damage. But I probably don't control the board anymore in high tiers, so I don't know. I literally don't know, because yeah, you can control the board with Demon Hunter, but Demon Hunter doesn't do much besides tempo. So as many combos as I try to cram into the deck, it kind of falls apart. It's like trying to make a snowball, but you can't make a snowball that easily. So that's how it feels. Overall, I don't see too many problems with Hearthstone. It's okay. I don't like playing it because there's not many options. That's probably the biggest problem. And the other thing, like, there are broken cards. There are obviously broken cards that enable broken things, and they have to be tweaked, and Blizzard is never going to do that. So it's a constant disappointment on that side. Yes, Demon Hunter has a 1 mana hero power. That's pretty amazing, and it synergizes with a lot of things. I would rather have 1 hero powers. 1 mana hero powers, okay? Across all classes. It makes no sense for that not to be the case, now that we have a very slick Demon Hunter thing. And just the flavor of Demon Hunter, aligned with coronavirus, aligned with me, talking about normalization in the next part of the video. I'm literally interrupting the video so I could ease up the rant that I added, but now I'm removing the rant because Hearthstone doesn't deserve a rant. It's one of those games that you just have as a hub for the most popular card game with the highest community ever, and you can talk about extreme sort of things that happen in the game because it's a very extreme game. It's like it actually allows for crazy board players to be in the game, but at the same time it allows crazy minions to be in the game that kind of immune to board players, kind of allow you to play around a lot of cards regardless. So it's very interesting to see that like more extreme version of a card game that you wouldn't normally get in anywhere else, and at the same time it's the longest running one. It has the most expansions, it has the most fucking time spent for me personally. So I can't just like leave it behind and be like rage quit when I can still play Demon Hunter. If I'm totally giving up on the game, I can still play the most broken class ever, and maybe just switch a few cards that are more broken than others if I have to, and figure it out by cheating, basically, by looking at what other people do. But it's kind of interesting, right? Like everyone is doing this thing where if you want to prepare for a test, you're just gonna check what other people are doing and just steal their ideas, basically, or borrow it. I don't know how it works. I don't think that's a big problem at all. Like it shouldn't be considered cheating, but like how does school work anyways? How does it cooperative work is considered cheating? Like it's kind of weird, right? Like fuck. If you consent to cheat, then why would the teacher try and stop you? That's the whole point. So it's similar with Hearthstone here, but if Hearthstone suddenly added a few more rules where you have to create a deck on the go, and it's sort of arena mode, but it's not arena mode. If you actually lock in a deck, or like it's more like an RPG or something, like there's so many other ways to create arena modes, and arena actually doesn't have standard or wild mode. It's just left alone, basically. I'm not touching arena because it's boring. It doesn't unlock me new cards. I cannot build a deck. I can only build a deck initially, and then get bored as the deck just doesn't get improved or changed in any way, or just disappear in the very end. Like, who cares then if the deck disappears? It's really hard to actually say how Hearthstone could improve itself, because there's so many ways to improve. So many ways. Endless stream of improvement possible. Testing and improvement. That's the most annoying part, is that because it has a big community, because it's so established, it doesn't want to change too much. It doesn't want to tweak too many things or add too many crazy things. And adding a new class was a pretty big challenge, because they wanted that class to be definitely better than every other class. Like, that was the whole point. Just like with creating broken secrets. Or just new expansion in general. Every single time you're going to promote something and it's going to be broken. Great. I don't necessarily appreciate it, but I understand. So, with that said, I can probably just move on. That's what other games are supposed to provide, is the other types of game modes. And it's pretty disappointing when they just copy Hearthstone for the sake of just existing or whatever. It's kind of weird. I think Elder Scrolls Legends stopped development and now gonna be disappearing from my radar, cause fuck you if you stop development. It's literally Skyrim 2.0. I fucking love Skyrim, but this is online we're talking about. It has to be constantly relevant for me. Every single time I come back, and it's not only just online game. It's a game that relies on the updates. There's not much content without them. There's not much to explore without getting updates. There's not much to rely on when you come back and you don't have any activity. Like that's kind of lame. You want the new experience, so you would always choose Hearthstone if you don't get it. That's simple as that. I can't wait to fully explore card games, but I still don't think there's enough development going on outside Hearthstone. It's so weird. So yeah, that's about it. It's very simple. There's some broken cards. Rogue is pretty annoying, I would say. Like, who doesn't think Togwaggle is broken? Draw 3 cards for 0 mana, or just summon 2 legendaries if you need tempo. Like, wow. That's fucking broken. Yeah, it's a legendary, but it's, does every legendary have to be broken? Galakrond has to be broken? Really? Still? But apparently not every Galakrond is broken. Warlock is still capable of playing sort of Galakrond deck, and it's not that broken. I'm surprised for one thing though with Warlock. They got the most broken dormant creature, or maybe the most broken card in the game. Period. 2 mana, 3/3. Fill your hand with broken minions. Yeah, I would love that. I probably can play one more class just because of that. Yeah. And that's what's fun. I have never seen that deck being played against me besides like 2 times, which I can just forget about that. 2 times nothing. Okay, that deck doesn't exist. It's literally big druid, but you don't have to. You don't have to worry about Embiggen. You don't have to worry about playing side quest. You just play a bunch of cool minions, and you're done with this. You have a deck basically. It's all good. You don't even have to draw too many cards. You just have to have solid minions, and every single time you want to draw a card, you're probably gonna add a spell that doesn't belong in a deck like this. A minion deck is much more interesting and interactive than a spell deck as well, so I guess it was totally fine for Blizzard to print a few broken cards. It's sometimes actually okay, right? And Demon Hunter doesn't exactly have shitty cards, so Priestess of Fury, which is a broken card, well, improves an already crazy class that got nerfed but didn't actually got nerfed. So yeah, it's fine. I think it's fine. I think there's enough stuff to explore and to be upset about, but it's pretty extreme and it's pretty enjoyable, and I don't mind it at all. Except Hearthstone team is still with 12 points of fire. It was 13. I take 1 down, and that's still a pretty big difference. And most importantly, Hearthstone is a solid team. I'm just gonna say it. In YouTube, they just kind of dominate secretly. but they rely on Hearthstone so heavily that every single time there's something stupid going on, well, they're gonna suffer quite a bit. So that's the end of that. Okay, I got shock value, which is 100 points. And it only happened once in the game. It doesn't happen very often. But I rephrased Thank You Next a little bit, the song. And Ari says, I have learned and I've lied. But that's not who I am. Something like that. God damn it. Okay, I'll capture that one more time. But that's not what I've been. Something like that. No. I've changed the words. But the most important... It's more like, that's not who I am, right? That's the meaning. And I've learned and I've lied is earth and wind. Main attributes. Right? Lying is about, like, exposing how stupid you are, basically, as quickly as possible. So if you believe in certain lies, that's what the wind people are trying to figure out first of all. If you're, like, really stupid because you think that everyone else is supposed to be stupid or whatever, or you just follow your emotions or something like that. I can't break it down, but that's not who she is, and she's not about learning either. Not about that. It's more about doing and feeling those emotions and being stupid, whatever. But it's also not who I am. Which is an 8-ball, which is like all 4 elements. Great. And there's no need for searching anymore. Which is like the most beautiful song. If I do it justice, now I hold it in my heart. That's the biggest problem. Is I have to bring it back to her. If I have a chance. So, let's hope that happens. But besides that, yeah, this is the first Shock Valley. She's not even in the game yet, fully, round 8. So we see what's gonna happen next. Scott Pilgrim is gonna be upgraded to Scott Sis, because it's easy to just switch the name just a little bit, so the spotlight goes to someone else that I admire. And it's probably, the Matrix probably belongs to us, the chain of people who hold Earth and Wind personality. So Anna Kendrick, yes, let's keep her around, right there. I'm good. Something shock value related happened, which is not recorded, but here you go. Yeah, the reason why Thank You Next can actually get shock value. Like basically, how do you call that? You know, it's like squeezing imaginary lemon that you don't even have. It's someone else's lemon. We already used this analogy, so might as well, right? It's squeezing a second lemon that you don't even have. Here you go. That's the shock value. But the reason why it works, again, I already said. It kind of rhymes with Guru Next, okay? It's almost like it's hidden there, somehow, in the consciousness itself. It somehow speaks to me all the time. And it's a beautiful song, and it brought her to top chart list at the same time. And it's a lot of drama. It explains everything. It just it does so many things that it's difficult to say how many things it actually does. because everything grows exponentially, and if you actually see something do so many things, it's probably doing so many much more, right? Especially for big people that we can't fully comprehend. Stardom is not comprehensible, believe me. It's like watching all my videos that are 3 hours long and believing in me that I do bring a message every single time that I post a video. It's just, if you believe that, you also have to believe that you have to sit through 3 hours with every star and actually feel them 3 hours a day or something crazy like that. A week is good enough, I would say. If you really like them, you have to literally feel them closing in. But this is not this kind of story at all. The way this played out is more complicated, because life can get complicated as much as it wants. So we'll see how it works out. But here's some shock value that just pushes me out of bed and be like, oh yeah, I can switch a few words and it makes the song incredibly powerful. It happens quite often where I don't actually either know the words or like the words. I always can push a stronger message out based on the situation sometimes, but sometimes it's just better to clean shit up if it doesn't fit, or if something else fits so much more. Yeah, there's a lot to unpack basically. Shock value is one of those things you just step back and like, okay, that happened. She got 100 points and no one else can do it by any means necessary. So that signifies for me a perfect team, right? Like, I'll take that. Is there anything else? Yeah. I'm kind of setting things up. It's almost like I can order things around of who gets to perform, but that's still nonsense. Smosh kind of surprises me how powerful it is, honestly. I watched some old videos of Smosh, just Anthony and Ian, but they just break it so well. Just breakdown comedy. I don't know. They started in the most spectacular way, so obviously they have the stardom right now. And they chose still the right paths. They haven't disappeared. And the only thing that they cannot do is be leaders in their own team, which is kind of absurd, but it works out. It's like they like giving away the spotlight. You can see that by the choices that they made, so it's fine. That's about it. We're gonna see if anything else pops up. Yeah. Yeah, this is so interesting. If she said, I've learned and I've lied, but that's not what I've been, so look what I've got, there's no needs for searching, it could just refer all the way back to her and don't include me at all, which shouldn't, right? That song should be just purely her. But I am the next, right? You know, that super mystery of like, what is gonna be her next relationship? What is gonna be the fucking weird shit that she'll choose? Because stars don't necessarily choose. That's another weird thing. I'm not even sure if I can break down what stardom is about, but I can do it. I'm not that fucking weak. But yeah, like, the way that I said it is like, That's not what I've been, if you put it that lyric. It it says like I've made a choice, or I've born a certain way. So I've been a certain way. So yeah, I can learn and lie. I can do those things, but don't ask me to do those things, basically. Right? That's the whole point, and it's the most beautiful point because like we are all born a certain way. We all struggle to adopt those new techniques that just don't fit anymore. We can't do it. If you want to be, if you want us to be the best version of ourselves, then you should accept it as well, because you're also struggling with the same problem. Everyone is, and everyone has to fucking lay their weapons down and stop trying to backstab people, instead try to understand them, why they're stuck in a certain position. They could be vulnerable, sure. They can destroy you back. At the same time, the possibility, just by pure possibility, the possibility at the same time stops existing, and everything you do against or for them becomes more like a little game that doesn't matter, right? Child's game, basically, child's play. And once you take a step back, you're like, oh shit, I have been playing a child's game, but it had real consequences, right? And everyone who has consequences are like, it's like musical chairs, right? Some people are left without a chair eventually. Some people are left with consequences and no chair to sit on. They just stand up and like, what just happened? I'm totally lost. And I have to apologize to a bunch of people, right, once you realize the consequences. But people who do find their chairs, who do sit comfortably and wait for a bunch of apologies, that's the stuff, basically. That's when you win those childish fucking games. Because at some point you just stop playing and you observe what people are gonna do in the future when they realize that they have a bunch of consequences to deal with. The game is not anymore about winning, but the game is realizing that people are gonna stress themselves out and lose, and the game begins when they realize that they lost. Our game begins, because we already know who's gonna win and who's gonna lose. Some people know, okay? But it's because the game is childish. And I hope you fucking catch my point, because everything is grammatically correct, I believe. But it's very complicated to imagine. But again, everyone is playing a childish game. People who are really smart predict that they're gonna win, and they're waiting for the next game to come up, which is a game of apologies and consequences for people who lost. So yeah, that's basically it. Am I sitting comfortably, seeing everything resolve right now? I'm still not sure what's going on, right? Like, it's so weird winning, but you sit down and you know you're gonna, everything is resolved in your favor. But observing right now what's going on, especially in the most extreme point where there's no hope, like people can switch in a snap and break down or whatever, realizing things. We still have to be very careful of what's going on, but only in observation, not exactly of like trying to win or trying to stop people from doing certain things. It's a very, very interesting game, basically. Wow. Even though it's childish, right? But people bet so much on a childish game, and just by betting, they're losing. They're losing themselves, basically. That's the whole point, right? When you're in love with yourself, sort of, you understand yourself, once you have went through enough life experience, you end up in this, like, I understand what's going on. And I should stop and wait for everyone else to realize. So, who knows, right? There can be a lot of winners, but right now, let's just sit down and see what's going on. It's literally, that's what I'm doing. That I'm ranting about this, but there's a lot of unresolved and problematic things in the world that people literally just don't care about right now. People are playing childish fucking games and doing nonsense. So might as well wait. You know, government needs an upgrade, basically. System needs an update. Let's wait until it downloads. You know, that's sort of stuff we're doing right now. Okay, at this point, it's gonna be a really tough decision. I'm probably gonna have to make a swap because we might just lose, even with Scott Pilgrim having 10 points, which is more than anyone else except H2O series. We can't beat that, and it's gonna get worse. I haven't finished the first season. I'm into it. And we don't have seasons, okay, here. There's no seasons. So, I'm also thinking that, you know, I praise this as a Matrix fucking renewal. The taste of Matrix. But at the same time, if there's a good series that stars slightly different Earth person as a star, it could turn into its own Matrix, or a parallel Matrix that I'm not thinking about, that could be potentially a rival for every single time a Matrix shows up, something else shows up to rival the Matrix. I don't know. It's very interesting. I think it did. If the HDO peaks and just gains 13 points and whatever, which is probably gonna easily do. But if it peaks at 2010, it's technically available for a Matrix, basically. 2010 is that magical year. And the same gonna go for 2020 again. I'll make sure to research a bunch of movies. First one, 2019, they still qualify, sort of, because Matrix itself comes at 1999, which is a funny time to come out, so it's much more funny than 2000. Like, there has to be a sprinkle of a meme, so it would be even more interesting, basically. But when there's an opportunity to, like, set up a decade, an entire decade of expectation, like, that's what Matrix is supposed to be doing. But yeah, if she gets too many points, basically, all I'm saying, I'm a swapping that shit. I don't care about Scott Pilgrim that much. Which is a harsh thing to say because it's so perfect. How could it be beaten by water? How can you defeat something with water, dude? You can't do that. Well, water is actually very relevant in today's society. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about timeline-wise. Water personalities are dominant. So, H2O doesn't sound like a funny little TV show anymore at that point. It seems pretty serious. It's people using secret magical abilities. Everyone wants that. Everyone wants Harry Potter to come back. But here you are, 2006 all the way to 2010 and then reboot. And I have no idea how long it lasts, how many fucking seasons it lasts. I'm in. I'm in, dude. Let's go. Maybe it was even earlier than 2006. But it doesn't matter, right? If it peaks at 2010, it actually has a chance not to just steal the chair, but to steal entire title of like a Matrix movie. It's gonna be a Matrix rival, but it's still gonna be better, right? Wow. Because I don't like when I have specifically Anna Kendrick. I don't like it. Okay, I don't like her that much. Okay, that's the problem. I think Keanu Reeves is like super likable person, but that doesn't translate very well on a woman like that. Okay, no. Ugh. No cup song for me, man. You have to do a lot better than that. Or there has to be something that I change my mind about in the universe, which solidifies very quickly. At some point you cannot reshape the weapon, basically. You have what you have. So here you go. These are my thoughts. I hope this is gonna resolve very nicely. Like, I do see potential for H2O to just have like 15 to 20 points. Like, that's a lot. That's a hard bargain, man. Because it's a series that I'm willing to watch for whatever reason. Right? It's a long thing, basically. It's not just a few movies or a movie universe, which still flops down. It's like, it's just 5 hours. Or 10 hours, still shit, still garbage. Girl Next Universe. Now that's what we're talking about here. No, let's see. I don't think I can resolve this fast enough, so I'll still gonna try to finish this off. Like, it's so tough. I really don't give a fuck about anything else right now. Not even iJustine. No thanks. I don't care about tech anymore. I just jumped in and jumped out. Like, yeah, that's a cute person doing tech things. Yay! It's getting boring though. Look at this upgrade model of iPhone. Do you know how many iPhones are available for purchase now? Probably 100 already. Different iPhones. Please tell me it's 100. Please tell me, dude. I'll be like, yeah, that's the number right there. That's too many now. That's too much choice for customers. But obviously it's like, it gets better, but does it get cheaper? Does it get more available for a wider audience? For events that you can do? What kind of games are available? I want to know like very specific details. And I don't think iJustine is doing justice with that. Her name rhymes with justice, so or aligns. Let's not say rhymes. That's not okay, man. If I don't see justice, I don't fucking see it. I'm just gonna move on with my life. Also, again, it's not like I'm gonna bake someone up and gonna swap them for the same score. When I swap them back or into my team, their score gets reduced significantly, what they achieved in this event specifically, by 5 times. So the real question is like, when I do the swap, will Ricky still be top tier? She still be first, or she still be good enough to not lose a bunch of points? Because if she has a potential to do 15 or 20, our entire team loses immediately. We just lose to one person, which is very embarrassing. I don't want this to happen, obviously. And so I literally have to make the swap, right? It's not like every single team is like super solid. Super unique, solid, crafted by somebody else. No. I just spill the beans as I see it because nobody says that I'm working with someone as a kind of separated unit, but still a teamwork effort basically on YouTube. No, nobody does that right now, but it's available, so that's cute. But until that happens, I probably can swap as many times as I want, as long as I just keep the competition pretty straightforward and strict for myself. So yeah, let's move on. As this first season comes to a close, also yeah, it's gonna hurt our team quite a bit. Ridiculously gonna hurt our team. We get 430 points, but it ends with 8. Yeah, 30 plus. It only gives us a cover of 8.5 and a 30-point bonus. Catching up to 11.4 is gonna be impossible. Maybe this swap is like lethal. Maybe it's the worst thing and I shouldn't have done it this way specifically, but I don't think I have another way of doing it right now. And just throwing a matrix against me seems like a dumb decision, but at the same time it could just strengthen the team spirit or whatever to have an enemy like this. Just saying, it's just none of the characters actually stick in Scott Pilgrim universe. Not a single character sticks out as like a superhero, right? But in H2O, I do feel an O, okay? I do feel that. Or is it... No, it's 2 hydrogen, right? And then oxygen. Because number goes after the particle. So you have an O, and you have 2 H's basically. 2 fucking losers. And 1 superhero. I still have to prove it though. I can't just have this super self-esteem, but I'm a little bit ahead of myself at the moment. I'm a little bit distrustful of what Kariba can do to her character in the future, but she never leaves. So there's a pick 1 out of 2 technically, or 1 out of 4 if you include the fact that someone enters and someone leaves. That could have taken away the entire spirit of H2O. Like, who the fuck knows, right? I'm investing into some Matrix. She still is the most powerful team member anyways, so that's good enough for me. But we're gonna have a very powerful rival, and just as I would calculate right now, we're tied up for 2nd place against Smosh. And that would be 29 points for a bonus. That's pretty nuts. They can do so much worse to us and catch up immediately, so yeah. Alright, I'm gonna try one more thing. I'm pretty sure Tiffany's not gonna work out in my team. Like, she's cute and stuff. And she crosses out with other water people around here. Too many, okay? We have too many. We need a fire person, and I'm actively looking for it. Maybe it's Chester. His image has dropped significantly, okay? But so did Tiffany. She dropped significantly. Everyone is dropping in subscribers. Nobody is relevant anymore because of so many new people coming in into YouTube, and nobody fucking knows what to do anymore of how to entertain people. You can't just do the same thing over and over again. You have to establish yourself, and if you're doing the same thing over and over again, you're not establishing yourself at all. You're not everywhere that you can be, right? You're not exposing yourself to the constantly shifting audience. It's running away from you all the times. And I'm kind of sitting on the edge of like all the audiences that's available, that's possible, or sitting around an empty void of things. I never know. I will never know until it actually happens, and I rewarded for my mistakes or whatever, like some weird shit. But it's not about me. I'm just trying to help my team. Okay, so I'm gonna build up Chester, because those shitty fire pop stars, like, fucking garbage. Chester C, by the way, has made Nice Guys Finish Last, and that was my first impression, and that is still pretty badass song, okay? Still a Niga Higa channel though, but we can share. We can take him off and spin for a ride, whatever. I'm bad at words. Let's just try him out. Let's see if I actually like his music to the point of like, oh shit, he is just like every other pop star, just not a girl. So that works. Because the problem with Tiffany is like, her singing is just terrible. I think Camilla also has a similar problem, but it's like Tiffany's just literally whispering. I don't like that shit. I do it myself. I know that's a problem sometimes. I really need a stronger voice myself, but like that whispering, I gotta stop, man. Like, I'm not taking that for a fucking pop star ride. Like, what? Just looking nice is like half the way, but you gotta finish it up. You gotta finish your job. You gotta at least do something like Nikki, was just like provide content where I'm like, oh, you're a real human being, so I can enjoy whatever I want to enjoy, right? Like, okay, but if someone's career is like on a rough ride, it doesn't feel good at all. It feels like, well, I can enjoy half of the content, and the other half doesn't prove anything. Then that's not good. So let's see what happens. Does this fourth attempt, I believe, maybe many more to come, but here's a go. Fire person again. I have no doubt, because Chester is still featuring Tiffany, who probably doesn't deserve it. There's probably something going on in the background. I don't like it. Alright, so while I'm doing some archaeology, we are approaching the end of the episode. Yeah, it's very AFK, so I'll just do it. They dig and it lasts like 3 minutes, so there's no problem. I'm not sure how much money you earn, but like these things are expensive. So like this is 13k at the moment. It's getting cheaper, but who cares? I just want to get something AFK, some way to actually grind gold that isn't tedious, and I can do it while making a video. Although the noise is actually not the best thing, so I have to remove it. It's fine. We're gonna get through this, okay? But my question is, who do I care about right now? Next, basically. H3 is pretty annoying. I put him as a leader position because he has the charisma for that, and he has a podcast. Also, Logan Paul has a podcast, so he actually could take over Shane's documentary bullshit, which he's not really pushing forward very much, and might even be decentralized after earning a bunch of fucking cashews. Who knows? Who knows what he has to offer anymore? I'm very skeptical. But putting Logan Paul, it would kind of make sense, but it would also, again, be a tremendous disappointment. What do I pick? Do I pick PewDiePie? Or do I pick H3? They're both performing kind of at the lowest tier here. 300 each. Probably because they don't have girls. Look at them girls. 500 points. Easy. Just porn everywhere. But obviously they're just starting off, and they're gonna be interesting for a while, and then they're gonna be my biggest nightmare. Something that I wanna fucking get rid of my head when I figure it out. There's a loop. You're stuck in a loop. You have to figure it out. But there's no content, there's no YouTube existence on YouTube or influence on YouTube. There's nothing of that. There's just internet influence. But I'm not saying it's weak. I'm just saying it's irrelevant. It's Team 10. It's not supposed to be in here. So it looks like I intend to check those teams out individually and pick which leader I don't care about the most and just throw it away. Obviously PewDiePie is a big ass leader, but maybe he's not a big ass leader anymore. Sitting on floor gang? That seems like shit, dude. That seems like someone left their legs basically. So now they're sitting on floor. The memes, man. PewDiePie is now a meme. Let's see if that's true. I mean, I can't really put together a team for him. I can't do anything for him. But H3 also sits on a similar position with a more solid team though. So I have more faith in him than PewDiePie. But who knows? Maybe there's something that will change my mind. Let's just have a little competition between them. Okay, I'm glad MatPat said this. You know, like, oh, the flights are threatening, and I had anxiety of that. So I was very scared of flying. So I wanted to control that as much as possible. But the coolest part is this sentence right here. It's like, suddenly, with coronavirus, you never know when there is a threat on a plane. I am gonna cry now. Because I'm a fucking baby. Everyone's a fucking baby right now. Everyone needs protection from a virus. Oh my god. How do we protect ourselves from a virus? How do we control it? By isolation? You know, I feel for MatPat, but I also feel for everyone who chooses the wrong ways to control and combat whatever threat there is, right? It's probably even more destructive than the threat itself if you prepare yourself in that minimal way that you're supposed to prepare yourself, which could be easier to figure out at that point if you just relax about it. However, obviously a virus is like very difficult to dismantle, I suppose. But even then, this sentence just makes me laugh. It's so ridiculous. And it's just another opportunity for me to sit back and laugh at coronavirus, of what everyone else is doing. Because you're just gonna cause yourself a bigger problem, essentially. Like, we're not gonna be able to just recover magically out of this shit. We're lucky to have all this technology already prepared for us, and we sort of kicked back in a proper amount and shut everything down. Like, technically, I should be happy with literally shutting down the government by using its control. But at the same time, that's not exactly what's going on, but that's because people are so fearful that they will allow government to take control of things and not care about things too much. Like, you don't know. The threats are everywhere and everything is a threat. But even then, that's kind of like stupid idea that you cannot control that. So there's a lot of weird things, right? You certainly, if you have a fear of flights, you do want to minimize the flights that you're taking, obviously. That's the first thing. And for MatPat, obviously, to do that, it would kind of ruin his career. It'd probably ruin his personality. Really? That's a lot of risks to take, man. I don't know, man. I have no idea how to look at reality anymore, because it's like the wrong things people do is right in their little worlds, right? Like, it's so cool. I literally can't judge anyone at that point until I break down what it's all about. Because for me, everything is wrong, what everyone else is doing, because there's nothing right in my world. I don't know how to fix all those perspectives. But besides that, the reason why it's so interesting is like, if you call a virus a threat to you, then you're not actually prepared for anything at that point. Like, virus is the first thing that you should know about and be prepared. And technically, yeah, I get it. Humanity is so unprepared that that's how we responded to this whole thing. But I do believe that getting sick in any way, and yeah, again, like, a terrorist could create a virus easily. But I just don't understand the definition of virus anymore. It's not a thing that you can visibly see, right? Or that you choose to interact with in a wrong way or whatever. Viruses don't actually exist in a physical way at all, which makes me think they don't actually exist, because then the reality just shatters completely. If viruses exist, it's literally a glitch in the matrix. So something else must exist. Like if viruses exist, I don't want to live in that sort of world. It's like miniature predators that hunt down humans. Wow, that sounds pretty amazing. And the point is, as well, is like, viruses are not even that relevant at the same time. They're just relevant right now. And it creates its own little spin-off of attention and drama, but like, technically they're not relevant. Technically they're not dangerous. Technically they might not exist, and something else can be defined as a virus that probably is controllable. And so him talking about control and how, like, whatever he comes up with this with the rest of the video, I don't actually approve. But I like it. Again, it's a video, I watch it. I don't like it, I give my take on that. And I love storytelling, and I love just that sort of content instead of just pure game theory, which is, again, if you think about it, game theory is kind of trash. But then he sits down on the couch, and whether everyone likes it or not doesn't fucking matter. Because I like it, okay? So get the fuck out of here. I like it. And that's a big deal. I don't know, there's a lot of random thoughts, but that's what I think about. This is why it's so funny for me that a virus is a threat. Like, if you cannot control something, game over. You can't think about it, you can't try and control it, it is a game over. And technically, if it's a rare occurrence, if it's something that, again, you have no control over, it doesn't actually kill you, and it doesn't kill you if you're a strong human being, by the way, because that's how viruses work, right? If you're weak, the virus is gonna find weaknesses and fucking destroy you. So, being a tough person now means a completely different thing than just having muscles, right? Like, that's a way different thing now. Being a tough person means a lot now. So trying to find that balance within yourself, I think viruses are a good thing. You know, whatever they are, whatever they exist, the thing that they're promoting is a good thing, even though they themselves are evil. You can see how evil actually promotes a good thing. So, all in all, that's my conclusion. I'm probably smart about it, and he has a better story. So here you go. Oh, I love that answer. The best way to treat phobia is exposure. How fucking foolish do you have to be? How fucking stupid do you have to be? But this is, again, it's like, okay, you tell a story, I get to fucking fix it, right? Well, I don't get to fix it. I have to grab it physically and shake it off. The reason why it's wrong to treat phobias with exposure is, it's like the meditation therapy is pretty effective, I would say. And it sort of exposes you first to the idea of the thing, and then you wake up and you're like, oh, you're exposed to a fucking spider that you're really scared of. But who's not scared of spiders? It's just fucking creepy, right? Like, and you don't need to be not scared most of the time. But, at the same, yeah, you do need to expose yourself, you do need to calm down, but you need that, right? It's a very big need to prove yourself eventually, but the way you treat phobia is not exactly exposure. Let's say, I'm scared of killing people. Oh, do I expose myself to that right now? Just quickly, you know, fears kind of control our lives to a certain degree, and we don't have to expose ourselves to everything. Especially when it's not important or could be detrimental to other people if we use that resource of exposure. As you can tell, it gets pretty fucking weird. There's something more to it though, because it feels like it's very much connected to the government control. Like, if a government wants to control you, it exposes you to a fear, first of all, which is, again, it's an exposure as well. It's like, what does the exposure means? Sometimes you don't know what you fear of. Sometimes you don't know where the fear is. And what exposure means most of the time is like giving up, right? So you give up and you're like, okay, I'll do it. I'll just try to give another chance, basically, to the thing that threatens you, basically. And if it works out, then it's gonna be fine. And that's what MatPat is saying. Like, he takes enough flights to say to himself that it's fine. But the core issue obviously is pretty simple, right? You want to control flights because they seem dangerous, and statistically they're not dangerous. and then he made a fool of himself. But still, you still have to consider that statistic, right? Perhaps it's a statistic of playing lottery, you know, because you have no control of that, but you're playing a reverse lottery that only gives you that one small chance of losing everything, but it's still, you're now capable of like statistically analyze this whole thing if it's valuable to you at all. It probably is every single time, is even just actually getting into a tragedy, it is gonna be exposure. Here you go. Because you have a fear of like not just flights, but flights, you know, failing. So you want to expose yourself to that, to flights that fail. What? What did I just say? Of course, none of this make any sense. Alright, you don't just storm out and attack your fears. You attack the things that are precious to you, and you try to control those things until you stop fearing. So, yeah, I'm just like, what does that mean? What is this? Defeat fears with that makes no sense. It's also funny to me that people would ever think that coronavirus is gonna end, or that this sort of mass hysteria is gonna end. Because again, you just fucking said the only way to combat fear most effectively is by exposure. Yes. The only way to get through this fucking wall of hysteria is to get the fucking virus and combat it as best as you fucking can and see what it does to you. That's it. Even medical science does the same fucking thing with vaccines. It's like, well, you get a small dose of virus and you might just die, you know, but you gotta combat it. Shut the fuck up. I don't want this to be injected to get a kickstart in my body. Shut the fuck up, science. You know, like, Jesus Christ. So, I do agree that you sort of have this thing, but you also have to prepare yourself for a battle. If there's a threat that you want to fight, obviously you fucking have to prepare yourself and do take as much of control as possible. But at the same time, yes, you have to surrender to the fact that you want to win the fight, one way or the other, or at least test it. You know, like, who cares? You're gonna figure out by preparation what kind of fight you want to have and what thing you're fighting over. You have to figure those things out, and then just go do it and kick fucking virus in the face. But it's like what the government right now is doing, obviously, is wrong, and it's a bad way to do it. It's not a correct way to do it. Correct way to do it would be something that is not affecting entire humanity, right? Something like that. I don't know. I don't want to fucking too much dive into this because I don't have many comments. Yeah, so now you have to think about how we're solving this problem, right? If we're not allowing ourselves to expose ourselves. But the idea is that we're very fragile then, if we're doing like this. The only thing that, you know, justifies is that we're very fragile. And technically we are. Now we have lost a lot of connections with each other. Whatever that's supposed to mean. Technology allows that as well. It's like separation. Be in your own fucking bubble. At the same time, the connections that we had in the past, probably not the best thing ever. I'm not sure how to evaluate anything. I just know that connection is pretty good, and not having it is pretty fucking bad. All that stuff. So I think we're very fragile right now. Because back in the day, like, whether connections are good or bad, you still have to have it. You still have to go through everything just in order to have a job, just in order to be connected to the rest of society and not be a fucking failure. And right now we're sort of picking that idea up from the past and merging ourselves with the fact that we actually don't have it. And we have to separate ourselves just because to support the government. That's what we have to do, you know. We're not supposed to spend time with each other. We're supposed to keep on doing our job and keep on learning higher and higher tier of difficulty of things at school, because the difficulty increases by any means. Over time, as technology is introduced, the difficulty increases tremendously. Because you cannot just step back and analyze of what you're doing anymore. You just have to do it. Because analyzing technology is just so difficult. Like, there's a lot of fucking reasons to understand that we are very fragile. And sitting next to technology is not exercise. That's pretty important too. So, by being so fragile, we obviously can justify the fact that we are running away from a virus because we're not prepared forever to fight. We just want to wait it out, which is very interesting. For me, it's still laughable, right? Because I'm like, I know why you're doing this. I know why this is the only fucking solution that you have, assholes. It's because we're following government too fucking close. But okay, I'll sit through this. If you think this is a timeline, and we had no other choice, if you're playing Sudoku, okay, and you think that's a 5, and that's the only choice that we have in this little cell that we live in. If you put a 5 and it's all correct, then I'm not mad at you. Congratulations, you solved, a bomb puzzle where everything is interconnected and you have to be very careful of what you say and everything. Wow, cool. But at any point, it could be a huge mistake. I'm just saying, we have to be aware of this. I love just running around and just making awareness of those cute little things, cute little logic things, and also reminding people that, yeah, exposure, but we're not doing it. We're not exposing ourselves to what we fear of. We're just waiting for it to end. It's somewhere out there. It's killing people. You don't know what it is. I guess you don't know how to prepare to the thing that you don't know what it is. Alright, I can do it, but a lot of people can't. But I'm still as fragile because I don't have connections, because I don't have fights every day and improving my life every day. I don't have that. I don't have basically friends, which is the definition of what they do, is like prepare you for anything in life. Anything. So, without that I can justify. This is a neat solution because we are really, really weak as humans right now. And any sort of like invisible threat like that's, I can see that being a big problem. Okay, so yeah, finally MatPat makes a proper point, and he says that after we live through this fragile exposure to the fact that we are fragile, basically. After we live through this, we have to bring back normal life and bring it back as normal as possible, right? It's the best that we can do. It's like we determine a specific time of how we're gonna combat. Oh yeah, I love this, by the way. The way government actually fights wars is by ignorance. Really. It's by like, oh, I don't like you, so I will ignore you for as long as it takes. Right, that is the most brilliant way to fucking fight people. I'm sure. Cause for me it doesn't work. My personality literally goes against that, because if I find someone interesting, the theory goes on, and the theory goes on pretty hard. Cause I don't want to lose them, right? Like, that's it. I don't want to lose my grasp of understanding of, like, experience that I had. It's all valuable. Like, for me, I don't understand this response to a virus at all. But that point already proves that there is a bigger threat, right? That when we go out of the quarantine, and if it doesn't go back to normal, the virus basically takes a huge toll. Huge. It's gonna define basically how crippled we are after ignoring the problem, right? We go back to normal. Okay. You know what? Luckily, it's kind of like a reverse process happening in my life. So the people who ignore me as a solution sort of solves the problem, because the ignorance is going to last forever. We went through school. Real life is never going to bring people together, obviously. You know, like, we have to give up on that. Obviously, I'm not giving up on that, because that's literally what we're missing in our lives. Is to be brought back, is to be pushed into a team environment, and give scores to MatPat for tremendous work. Obviously, I share the cut, because I'm a pirate, okay? That's how it goes. It's already been said, but Drew is not on the list. However, this time we can actually put him on a recruitment list. I'm searching for a fire person, so it's fine to have tons of recruits for my team. Besides, I fucking manage this thing. So any new person who didn't make it is either not qualified enough, not enough shoutouts, not enough attention from those big ass YouTubers who's supposed to give attention to smaller people. But I give this one to PewDiePie just because he mentioned it when he was reviewing YouTube Rewind 2019. Ugh, that's a small token. That's a big fish for a small token, let's put it that way. But he got it. And he needs it as well. I have to appreciate that fact as well. Well, I hope I'm tumbling down a rabbit hole. I love that shit. When the work piles up. Well, NerdCity got a shout out from Drew, so now I have to put him in there as well. See, this list is pretty active right now. I don't think I'm gonna manage a porn category here, because all of them are recruits technically, so let's not care. But nobody else kind of has that, but probably would use a bunch of recruits anyways for the points. Like, there's a bunch of people not in the team, but it requires tons and tons of recruits. Technically, this could be an episode on its own and highlight some kind of leader out of 4 left. I don't know. Clearly the greatest achievement of my show is reminding people that subscriber count doesn't count in the end game. Okay? It's all about how fearless your subscribers are, how well educated they are, how good your show is. And yeah, the quality of subscribers does get quite a bit tested here. This is one of those phenomena on YouTube. LelePons patrol, basically. It's a phenomenon where you you know something is bad and you know something is taking over YouTube, and it's good to point out the facts altogether, but criticizing it is actually dangerous. Like her content, it's attractive for a reason, and even YouTube promotes it for a reason. There are reasons, and one of those reasons is basically dangerous. Almost like dangerous even to show and promote in any way, shape, or form. But that's what criticism is about, really. Because it promotes you to watch her content. It's like the next level Jake Paul at that point. Because it doesn't just create drama, it creates criticism. It creates bad reputation that gives good attention, basically. It's crazy. So this is what I'm scared of. I'm scared of like criticizing fire people in general. If that's what Lele is about, because I think that if she's compared, then at that point I'm like, I give up. I think I know what personality we're talking about. If she's compared to Jake Paul, like, okay, that's game over right there. But for me, she draws a very much of comparison to, I don't even want to say it, Alyssa Violet. But Alyssa probably just does her own thing, and LelePons is just more of a star in this case, more of like a higher level person who just does not belong in my bubble. She can be a recruit though for Jake Paul's team, and Jake Paul is a recruit for his own team. Like that's what's so funny about them. So cuddly in here. It's literally Jake Paul's team, Team 5. And at the same time, his brother might be very, very close to being a leader as well, just because he runs a podcast. And that's what's so funny about it, right? They fail to get positive reputation about themselves. Because that's what criticism does best in the very end, is like, where do you end up in life? And how much satisfaction you're gonna get from life in the very, very end. Like, that's what criticism does the best. So you gotta hunt that sort of you gotta hunt down things that are relevant very soon, basically. So when people get old, when people get cranky, that's when criticism hits them the most. So let's just wait until that happens, because for fire people like that, they drain out of their energy very quickly. So I'm just, salivating and waiting for my criticism to hit people who it hits very, very ineffectively for the time being. But again, as I'm finishing this up, the reason why I don't want to criticize these people is that their content is crazy attractive, and like, what are you trying to criticize anyways? Like, their stupidity. We know that they're stupid. They're not supposed to be funny, smart. They're just supposed to be goofy and do stuff, basically. Dancers. Stupid people that do stupid things and just burn out eventually, very quickly. And not supposed to be interesting for too long. And the question is, do they also burn their own reputation like Jake Paul does? That's what we're supposed to criticize about, right? Jesus. Now she's like super recruit for the team. I can't wait. LelePons, let's go. She's not getting any negative. Actually, criticism makes Nerd City worse right now, just because he's trying to do something about it, and not look at the positive views and the negative. Try and split that image and try to see what kind of criteria allows him to criticize negatively. That now he has to think, and that's that's where everything falls apart. And that's probably why she's a lot better. She doesn't have a way to fuck up like Jake Paul does. She only has to be pretty, and that just works out. Like for Tana, it works out. Even though Tana actually fucked up. So maybe twice. Maybe hooking up with Jake Paul wasn't the best idea. But for me it was. For me it was. It kept her on the same track that she's supposed to follow, so it's fine. When it comes to fakeness and stretching out body parts, this is where I concede. This is where Nerd City's nerd and a hater probably. It's how they understand it. Just no. Just go away. I don't care who does Photoshop or not. Technically, it's still art. And the difference, you can still feel the difference. If it's fake, it is gonna be stretching the limits of comfort, and that's where you play with fire. Fuck that. It's her consequence. Let's go back to Drew. Let's get the fuck out of here. Nerd City's not that OP, okay? But LelePons got a decent chunk of credit from that video. I'm just saying, she might just be a new Jake Baller. See, that's the thing that I like about Drew. If he picks up content, or he picks up the pace of producing content, his content is great, right? We just need more of the same level. 21 minutes, easily passed, plenty of points. I guess everything can get boring, but like, it's good. It's good enough to be like promoted by Pewds or something, like that's what I'm talking about. Alright, I believe up to this point I have been approving, sort of, leaders that, well, fit in, or just I've talked about, basically. And I gave my take on Hearthstone. I gave my take on Smosh a little bit. Smosh is still pretty fucking big deal that I didn't fully explain what's going on. But at the same time, you kind of already have two characters. No one character could actually take leadership just by the this elimination process. If you have equal powers, they eliminate each other and someone else takes the cake. So that's kind of interesting. MatPat, kind of in a weird position, talking about gaming, and then the biggest game attaches automatically. PewDiePie has nothing to do with Minecraft, by the way. It's kind of interesting. Most of it has to do with storytelling, which I did myself with Minecraft. I myself have nothing to do with Minecraft besides being able to recreate it in a much more satisfying form. As a game developer, great. Except I'm not interested in doing that. I'm interested in hunting down people who are not funding proper things, basically. Or who do not invest into controlling money away from illegitimate sources of where the money goes. It seems like, yeah, you can just educate people and that's gonna stop them from buying stupid shit. That sounds like a pretty good idea, but this is the idea that opens the door to many ideas of how we're gonna stop people from buying stupid shit, which is, yeah, that's the goal, educating and stopping people. Yeah, diverting them from wasting their money. That's a big deal. Helping themselves first, teaching them how to help themselves, teaching them how to make things cheap. And here you go. PewDiePie actually now releases videos that act sort of like a philosophy videos. That's pretty impressive. I don't think I will cover Katie anytime soon. She also has a very strong team, which kind of disqualifies her from immediate attention. I usually leave the most flavorful foods for later, if I can help it. Or even experience in general. I leave it for later. I make sure that my future is bright, even if I have to sacrifice the present for that. It feels really horrible every single time I do it, because you're literally feeding hope and not exactly like the reality of your future. You're not actually building it, because you want to also follow the principle of like you can build a future on proper foundation and on proper risk taking, proper sacrifices. Those actually can add up into a proper future, because you're not necessarily living or dying by making risks, and you're not necessarily living without taking risks either. So it's a very tough situation now that I have decided to just purely do thinking and just I don't think it's a cynical view from my perspective. I don't think I'm getting opportunities at the moment that I can reject, basically. I'm not a rejecting person. I don't think internet as a whole, you don't necessarily just have to spend money. You also have to spend time wisely, and I don't think people are educated for that at all. Like, that's pretty important. And the most important part of being educated, to spend your time properly, is just important. It's just important. Holy shit. It makes everything better. It builds up the future. Again, it's the same problem of like, if you feel uneducated, you will always feel more powerful in the present and not thinking about the future or whatever. If you establish yourself, you feel more powerful. If you work very hard, you feel more powerful, because you did a lot of things in a very, very near present. But I feel very lazy, and I don't feel bad about it, because it's just so annoying when you realize that I don't actually have to do anything. Like, I don't actually want to achieve anything, and I don't even want to appreciate my life, that much, to the point where it becomes, the only life that you ever get to live and ever get to appreciate. And that makes no sense either. You also have to learn how to appreciate other people's lives, and that will enrich your life so much more. But again, only because you appreciate it, not because you lived other people's lives, not because you did something. You just appreciate it. And learning that, apparently, as useful as that is, nobody cares, obviously. Nobody cares about anything useful and wastes time right now. It's not just money. You can waste as simple of a resource as time itself. And I think on YouTube, I don't think I'm wasting time watching YouTube videos. I think I'm burning time. Very strategically just burning my time so I could help these people in the future if they come and ask whether I can help them or not. Because, again, I'm specializing, but I will never, ever, ever advertise myself. And that's what makes me a little bit of a different kind of person. You have to prove yourself. You have to prove that you're that you have a soul, right? That you don't have a stream of water going into your eyeballs all the time and I have to get into your fucking stream. You have to prove that you're a fucking wizard, basically, in order to be able to find me, even though I'm not hiding anywhere. I'm just posting shit content, technically, but then you have to unbox and check it out and test it. You have to go a long way to find this type of content. Okay, and the YouTube landscape is huge, and I'm like an unlockable achievement that can enrich everyone's lives, because I'm willing to work for this sort of stuff, and work very cheaply, in fact. Like, you would think thinking and talking is like very cheap things to do, but that's kind of just because everyone can do it doesn't mean that everyone can sing. Everyone has all these talents grouped up and organized where they can actually present them. The question is, like, how stable is your philosophy, right? And in philosophy meaning self-control of how you prepared yourself. It's a very confusing thing to be analyzing, like, myself, like, but it's deep. It is so deep. You can improve yourself on so many levels once you figure out what the Matrix is and what it's about, and you learn the basic 4 elements that rule the world. And once you're like, wait, there's something that rules the world right now? Yes, and you can put it all together and understand what the timeline is, how to understand personalities, not necessarily take advantage of anything, because I will not teach that. You can take an advantage of what you've learned is, again, a present, and I don't give gifts to anyone. I do not have friends, I do not appreciate anyone, so nobody's gonna get present, okay? So that's the problem. That's the problem that I'm actually seeing in the world, and I'm glad that it opened up by itself, is that because you have a lot of connections, a lot of friends, you can actually live in the present and not worry much about the future at all. Just live in the present, get a good job, get a good fucking life. It's almost gonna build itself automatically. You do have to follow what friends do and kind of like appeal to them, right? Make sure that you update them and you keep them engaged with your life, interested, that sort of stuff. That's a lot of work. And honestly, even with all the social media and all the fucking stupid shit that helps you out, apparently, it doesn't. It does not help you out. And I would even go as far as to say that you don't have friends, despite the timeline saying you otherwise, right? Like, friends are very powerful right now. If you're gonna resist the government a lot better, right? Well, no, not at all. It's a very weird thing to start to analyze, that as much of a timeline influences things, in the end, it doesn't even matter. And what actually influences things is your ability to understand life from the deepest perspective ever. Yeah, I mean, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna sneak PewDiePie through this video. We talked about him, we analyzed him 100%, which is 0%. I'm probably thinking that PewDiePie is one of those people who cannot be analyzed, just by definition. Unpredictable. Who could have predicted that he's gonna play Minecraft? And how he's gonna play Minecraft, and what kind of videos he's gonna make, and that he's gonna survive making videos every day for as long as he did, and what he's gonna... If I could predict PewDiePie, his career would probably be over. And even though, you know, I'm not that kind of person to end his career, I'm just saying it would be quite a warning. There's no pure trend that would make PewDiePie like super exposed of what his intentions are and what the fuck is going on. He's just observing his landscape just like I'm observing him and the rest of the people on YouTube. He's not necessarily observing YouTube, by the way. He's observing a different side of the internet, let's put it that way. A more mind-bending or a simple, maybe let's put it this way, emotional shock part of the internet, which is like what a person like that would do. Just follow the emotions, and I am following the wind, basically. I'm following the most followable resource there is in the world. So his career is somewhat simpler than mine, for sure. And now sitting on a floor, gang, is that relatable? No, it's more like he's not relevant anymore. That's the only predictable part. As much as PewDiePie on top of YouTube, he's also very not relevant. He's relevant to me, obviously. I can learn a lot from him, but he's not relevant to the general audience, right? It's kind of cool. Now we're like very close after I ditched Hearthstone back into the bottomless pit where it belongs. But it's still a good game, I'm not gonna lie. I'm enjoying it quite a lot, and it's still getting points after all this fire level. Like, this is crazy. How do you survive? Well, it's probably gonna reverse process any time now. Anytime there's a good Hearthstone expansion or a card game releases that I'm surprised by, or it's just there's this detachment from Hearthstone from any of the players. They go into a different community, and I'm kind of dragged along. I am up for that shit. So good shit could happen. But yeah, there's one thing that I wanted to talk about, and it's about the present. The ability to get friends and set up a satisfying present for yourself. A life in the moment, right? A safe life in the moment. And you think that the timeline would provide you that because, you know, you have all this technology. You may never have to be disconnected from your friends. All you have to do is update them and feed them shit, basically. Just feed them shit. As much as I respect that, moving one step forward, I see the complete, like a wind-up doll, basically, that's gonna explode on itself. As much as we would love to use the timeline for what it's worth, and use the opportunities that we're presented with for the present, it's almost like future is much more valuable. Like, a lot more. Even you losing beauty, muscles, all that shit, even at that point, when you're getting old, that part of your life is so much more valuable. Even if you don't make a family, even if you don't make any good relationships, in the very end, there's actually most meaning of all. First of all, before you venture with me for the next 20 minutes, you have to ask yourself, if I'm capable of coming back, basically. What I'm doing, I'm following my heart, I'm following my feelings, I'm saying to myself that, yeah, this is probably correct, and this is the way that I fucking follow signs of enlightenment, basically. So I just say things. So if I say something wrong in the next 20 minutes, and I found a dead end, most of the time, I don't think that's what happens, because dead ends in the Matrix, they don't exist. You always come back in a loop, and you always come back reminding yourself that, yeah, reality probably contains what you're talking about. And you can stretch that fact, basically. It's not that big of a deal to stretch a fact. But for some people it is, because people are attached to friends. And the fact is, the biggest and the worst loss of friendship, of what friendship does to society in general, is normalization. Literally normalize everything. And that means, here's the story, basically. I post on tagging in Ariana Grande, basically. And a normalized sense would say to you that she's popular, she's on top of the world right now, and she's fucking killing it, right? But the non-normalized sense, from my perspective, would say that she might not be actually that happy, and her happiness might be even worse every single time, because she already says exactly that, right? It might have been the best year of my life, and I have been so obsessed with these numbers and taking first places, but I felt so shitty this year. It's like, well, duh. Because again, people normalize crazy things. People make very popular people stand out and stay there as popular, even though in actual normalization, these people are not that popular, and these people are not that tremendously powerful or rich. If you normalize and you take their resources and actually spend it, you will see that those resources will conflict with each other and bring her down back to zero. But that's the weird part of society normalizing things. It's normalizing crazy things, basically. It also normalized me, right? If you spend all the resources that I have, all of a sudden, I'm a normal person. Fucking normal person. And I would love to be a normal person. But people are not normalizing society. People are normalizing their fucking desires, basically. They're turning themselves into fucking demons, right? They're normalizing that fucking behavior that puts everyone else who's famous or who's seeking to entertain demons, basically to turn themselves into a higher tier demon. And for me, who's observing all of this shit, I have to become a hunter of these fucking shits, to be an over-normalizer of the society, because that's what society is requiring right now, And I might have to go as far as to create a doomsday device that would just splash normalization into everyone's life by force. That's how angry I might get. And just force it. Force the order. Fuck you guys. You gotta become normal again. Right? Spend your stupid fucking resources that made you popular, that made you who you are, that made you think that you have earned this stupid ass level of work that you have acquired. Obviously, if you have acquired work, if you put effort into things, you have a very unique sort of resource. A resource of who you are and how much you enjoyed life and how much you appreciate life. It's very hard to do that if you're a demon. So if you're a bigger demon and you're still capable of appreciating life, you might be able to come back swinging all the way back when the world is normalized. See, that's the problem. That's a big problem as a demon hunter. Yes, I know it's a new class in Hearthstone, and maybe I am new. Maybe that's me again. Maybe that's the world influencing itself, or maybe predicting its own future. Maybe predicting my future and feeding it back to me. Who the fuck knows? I'm here to sit and fucking deliver the message, right? Because I have to live as well. I exist. I have to live. I have to fucking throw my intentions out there and let you know that things are happening. And you have to be prepared to be normalized. It is not normal to be afraid of illnesses or contact to other human beings. Like, that's not normal. You have to spend that fucking resource of fear and explore what the fuck's going on. Right? Now you're locked up. Now you have to think. Now you have to spend the resource of freedom that has been enforced into you. Because the society failed. Right? It's a huge failure of society that every single time happens because we normalized something. And we normalized government because we became very much dependent on it. But again, I hope it's just a timeline thing and we're gonna grow up and fix this shit. I hope. I hope people are exploiting something that was meant to be exploited, and now that I have a technological way to approach this and solidify my thoughts, that people are gonna listen eventually. Someone's gonna find and listen. Like, these are my hopes, and I'll keep on growing my hopes, basically. Right? But this gotta fucking stop, right? Because every single time is the same story for me. Every single celebrity seems to be suffering from fucking mental problems. But every single person seems to be struggling with mental problems. Like, that is unbelievable, right? And it's the friendship. You gotta let friends go, and you gotta sit home alone and find real people who will talk to you. It's not about friendship. At that point, it's either business or partnership. The therapists just want to get paid. Want to talk to you because they like their job and everything, but they want to get fucking paid and respected. That's what a real therapist is supposed to be doing. And there's not enough of them. There should be enough to basically cover everyone else's talking needs. And a lot of people will express some crazy shit if they're capable of just talking. And they will normalize themselves instead of normalizing crazy behavior that's happening outside. And that's why celebrities are fucking suffering, and I'm up for that shit, but it's a big fucking deal. It's a big change that has to happen. That's nobody aware of it. And you know, it's cool that PewDiePie is kind of immune to that. It's cool that he can become on top of YouTube and make it as a meme. I'm not sure if his life secretly suffers from that, because he's not showing that. It seemed like when I approached at a certain time, when I was like initially attacking PewDiePie, he was probably at his lowest. Right? Every single time he's having fights with his editor, sort of, and making these existential black and white moments in his videos. Very awkward moments that doesn't fit at all the mood, basically. That kind of crushes on the mood. Those were happening basically at the end of 2018, I believe. So you can try and find that up. But I don't think he's suffering as much as everyone else. So that's great. Congratulations. I don't know what to say, basically. If I try to tie him into a story, he's too unpredictable and too fucking weird to be in a story. And he already got himself enough attention and promotion from me. Honestly. Too much. And he tried to steal Monica, so I don't like that, okay? No. You have your yo-yo? Get the fuck out of here now. Little child. You know, if you're a very unpredictable person, maybe you're just a child who really wants to play Minecraft. So just embrace that, for fuck's sake. Especially if you move to a different location and you don't have children of your own. Congratulations, you're a child. Okay? You're a child again. You're in a different place on a floor, gang. Like, come on. How much more baby can you get at this point? So, sometimes people don't actually win the game. Sometimes they think they're inventing a new thing, but they turn into a baby. And like, yeah, that's what definition of a baby is. I'm sorry. You try to win the game by turning yourself into a baby and excluding yourself from certain rules of like and regulations, and you came back to a baby to hide from that, from all the fears in the universe. Well, congratulations, but that's not progress. That is just a very weird discovery. Very, very weird loop. I'm sorry, Peter. Please don't cry. The baby of YouTube. Because YouTube itself is a fucking baby that's crying all the time. You copyright strike. Copy strike this. I don't like it because I've seen someone else do it. So I don't want to see the same thing over and over again, or whatever. It's not about original content. It's never about that. It's just some fucking baby games we're playing. Like, seriously. And we have to get better at those baby games. Because you can see how our society is degrading. But in order for us to observe more intensely of how to just be filled with common sense, because people don't have that, and eventually we just collapse back into fucking ground zero, and we're like, what? How did that happen? I have a big tower, and it collapsed. Well, you're stupid, okay? You just don't have common sense. If you follow common sense, it's like the first thing that happens. Slavery is bad, and serving other people is not exactly a comfortable position to be at for the rest of your life. You know, you don't want to just work at McDonald's first. You don't want to do that, so you have to find a way out of this loop. But everyone is now stuck in this loop because government loves this, and the business loves this, and whoever wants to control the world loves people stuck in a loop, basically. And good luck getting out of there. living in the mother's basement, that's my life right there. I'm not stuck in any loop. I don't have to work right now. And all I have to do is just play RuneScape. Yeah, for $1 a day. But that's still good enough for me, dude. To sit on top of your heads and be like, "Oh, you celebrity? Did I just fart in your face though? Does that make you less of a celebrity?" You know, because we're not, as much as we want to social distance ourselves, our intentions will never will never be distant. So if you feel there's an intention of like a celebrity would love to hang out with you, they're probably shadow hanging out with you. There's a shadow market, right? The shadows are everywhere and they're watching you and they want to be your friend as much as you can believe this, right? You're already probably surrounded by celebrities wanting things from you, and the only way that you can deal with that is just understand you cannot be socially distant away from anyone. You just have to use your fucking common sense that you have to be prepared for everything every time, especially when you're alone, because you get to spend freedom now, absolute freedom with yourself. So you absolutely have to be prepared for that. And if you weren't prepared for 50 days of isolation, which is probably going to be 100, but if you were not prepared for that, I'm sorry. You're not good of a PewDiePie, are you? Again, PewDiePie was immune to this disease because he's always isolating himself, sort of, and just making videos. And you know who he is, right? It's crazy. Everything I've said never actually touched PewDiePie, ever. But I myself, probably, if I touched PewDiePie myself, though, he's just a baby, so he would cry. Alright, let's get out of here. Scams and rooms in E. And Caddy, look at that. His team is made out of toys. Little fucking toys. Are you fucking kidding me? Let's get the fuck out of here.